Hello everyone, and welcome to the Legend of Zelda Character Popularity Poll. So if you watched the previous popularity poll video I made on the Mario series, you would know that this is completely inspired by the format established by Fither in his Every Persona Character Ranked by Popularity video. I basically did the exact same thing as last time, but with the Legend of Zelda characters, asking people to vote for their 5 favorite characters within the series, and then tallying up who got the most votes. We ended up getting 23,000 responses exactly. As in, when I said I was going to close voting, we were at like 22,900. So I kept it open a little while longer to hit that exact number, just for fun. Now, you might notice this took much longer to come out than the Mario one, and that's because of a tricky little quirk of the Zelda series in comparison. Obviously, with the Zelda series, there are multiple characters with the same name who constantly get reincarnated in completely different eras. Like, obviously you have your different Links and Zeldas, but there's even characters like Beetle and Dampé who become recurring faces over the course of the series and exist in completely different eras. Thus, they are technically not the same character. So to account for how potentially confusing this process might have been, I added a mandatory option to say which game the characters someone was voting for was from. This made it so my friend Jonathan and I could pinpoint exactly which incarnations of any given character got a certain amount of votes. But unfortunately, it had the side effect of making this a much more grueling process, since now there was significantly more characters to sift through than the Mario poll had. Not just one-off reincarnations of characters that actually exist, like the Happy Mask Salesman from Oracle of Ages specifically, but we also just got complete garbage data like Midna from Breath of the Wild. What am I supposed to do with that? And of course, even though I explicitly asked people not to, a ton of the votes added the reason they voted for the character in parentheses, which means we had to manually recategorize a ton more votes than necessary, which probably added at least another month to the process of making this video. So if you think it took too long, that might be your fault, sorry. Ultimately though, it was a ton of fun seeing which characters were more popular in the fandom than others. And after eliminating all the garbage data and combining votes for characters like Link from Breath of the Wild and Link from Tears of the Kingdom, since they're the same Link after all, we ended up with 3,030 unique responses. Some of these are obviously joke votes, but a lot of them are just really obscure one-off characters from a single game in the series. And I was delighted to learn more about this franchise that I hold so dear to my heart. Oh yeah, this isn't in the script, but I did want to mention, just as a disclaimer, I have not actually played every single Zelda game. I've played and beaten most of them, but I have a few blind spots in the series, specifically the Oracle games, Spirit Tracks, Four Swords Adventures, and obviously the Tingle games. I'm not touching those with a 10-foot pole. So I'm not inherently familiar with a lot of those characters, but I'll try my best to talk about them and why I think people voted for them. I also replayed every single 3D Zelda game in preparation for this video, since the process of categorizing the votes was taking so long, so I had time. Plus, I got to play Phantom Hourglass for the very first time during this process because, well, there's a certain character I felt like I should probably learn more about. I wanted to play Spirit Tracks as well, but I could not find a copy until recently, so yeah. I'll get to it, don't worry. Oh yeah, one more disclaimer before we officially get started. While the Links and Zeldas are canonically different incarnations in most of these games, I believe Ganondorf is said to be the same guy in all of them, but I figured combining all of his votes would skew the results and put him way up at the top. And I thought that was a little boring, so I ended up separating him by all of his major appearances. Don't worry, at the end of this, I'll add a chart showing how well each character did when you combine all of their incarnations, as well as a ranking of how well the characters from each individual game did. So we'll have a little ranking of characters from just Breath of the Wild, just Twilight Princess, etc, etc. Okay, with all that said, I think we're finally ready to kick things off with the one-vote character montage. Now, this is not every single character who got a single vote, because I am not exaggerating when I say that is almost half of the entire total of characters. Literally, about 1,500 of the 3,000 characters are in this single vote Hall of Fame. So Jonathan and I just picked out some of the highlights for you guys. With that said, let's get it started. Yeah, you know what? There were definitely some legitimate characters in there that actually count for the purposes of this list. It's really funny seeing NPCs I've known for years now in my multiple playthroughs of these games, like Kukel from Skyward Sword or Garrickson from Wind Waker, and knowing that there is one single solitary fan of them out there. Kind of inspiring in a way. Alright, now for the 2-vote characters. And once again, this is not all of them, but it's a higher percentage of them than the 1-vote characters since there was just too darn many of them. Okay, here we go.
Oh, what the fuck? I'm not even supposed to be here.
Definitely a lot more characters I recognize here, like Chum Chucker Charlie. It's kind of incredible he got the same number of votes in a poll that he's not even eligible for as he did in the Mario poll. My girlfriend also wanted me to give a special mention to Erune from the Four Swords manga, because she was one of the 2 people who voted for her. And finally, shout out to Derek from How to Make a Tool in OC by Kibi Lane. If you're a Zelda fan and you just love insanely elaborate shitpost videos with fun plots, you should definitely check out his Toolin videos, please. And now for the 3-vote character montage. Once again, much like the Mario poll video, this is the last montage we're gonna do before I start reading off a bunch of the characters with a certain number of votes as they scroll on screen. Let's go!
Wait to eat this, baby.
Yep, plenty of icons here, like Potato from Phantom Hourglass, and Itchy Lady from Ocarina of Time, who we couldn't find a single photo of online, so I had to boot up the game, go to Hyrule Castletown, and take a screenshot of her myself. Good thing I remembered she existed, and so did 3 other people. Alright, now for the 4-vote characters. And like I said, I'm just gonna have them scrolling on screen while I highlight a few of them I want to mention. Starting out with a bang, we have I Am Mean from the CDI game of the same name. Not actually a Zelda character, but spiritually, he kinda is. So I wanted to mention him. There's also the Paraglider from Breath of the Wild, the Sheikah Slate from Breath of the Wild, the Mario mask on the Happy Mask Salesman's back in Majora's Mask, Ganon as depicted in Animal Crossing New Leaf. I promise there are some actual Zelda characters in here. Like, we have King Gleeok from Tears of the Kingdom, the Cursed Rich Man from Ocarina of Time, Goat from Majora's Mask, Malladus, who is the main villain of Spirit Tracks. Wow, 4 votes for him, brutal. The Photographer from Link's Awakening, the Swordsman from Majora's Mask, Man on a Roof from Ocarina of Time, the Evermean from Tears of the Kingdom, Darkhammer from Twilight Princess, Gossack from Wind Waker, Honey and Darling from Majora's Mask, Bluto from Breath of the Wild, Cyclos and Zephos from Wind Waker. Not together, they both separately got 4 votes each. Argarok from Twilight Princess, Phison from Breath of the Wild, and Zelda's cat from Echoes of Wisdom. There are some other cool characters in here, but I gotta stop somewhere or else we'd be here all day. Next up is the gaggle of 5-vote characters. We have Lamp Oil from Link the Faces of Evil, Link as he appears in Melee, Link as he appears in Brawl, Satoru Iwata from Real Life, Koji Kondo from Real Life, the Raft from Link's Awakening, the Kid Who Humps a Rock in Ocarina of Time, Zauz from Phantom Hourglass, Tracy from Breath of the Wild, the Ghost from Link's Awakening, Gore Koron from Twilight Princess, Shiro from Majora's Mask, Phantom Ganon from The Wind Waker, Wolf Link as he appears in Animal Crossing New Leaf, Proxy from Hyrule Warriors, Godan from The Wind Waker, Arya from Cadence of Hyrule, Metagoron from Ocarina of Time, Man Carrying Sack from Ocarina of Time, and finally, Princess Zorado, which is a terrible, incorrect answer given to a question on Jeopardy. Glad that's in there. With 6 votes, we have Toon Sheik from the beta files of Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Pamela's father from Majora's Mask, the Lego Great Deku Tree, West Ball, who is the director of the upcoming Zelda movie, Water Lady from Zelda the Wand of Gamelon, yes, that is her official name, Shigeru Miyamoto from Real Life, Renato from Twilight Princess, the Necro Dancer from Cadence of Hyrule, Madonna from Link's Awakening. I could explain that one, but I think it's funnier not to. Astrid from Phantom Hourglass, Georg from Majora's Mask, Thunderbird from Zelda 2, Lakitu from the Minish Cap, Baronade from Ocarina of Time, Quercus Alba from Ace Attorney, and finally, Hatsune Miku from Crypt of the Necro Dancer, which is not a Zelda game, but it's at least 1 degree of separation away. With 7 votes, we have Colin from Skyward Sword, Ivan from The Wind Waker, Sir Combsley from Triforce Heroes, the sign-loving Subrosian from Oracle of Seasons, Muto from Majora's Mask, who one person voted for as that carpenter guy who looks like he was there on January 6th, the Graveyard Boy from Ocarina of Time, Lenzo from The Wind Waker, King Tuft from Triforce Heroes, Gramps from A Link Between Worlds, the Banker from Majora's Mask, Levius from Skyward Sword, Karloff from Wind Waker, Pikango from Breath of the Wild, Nightmare from Link's Awakening, Chudley from Twilight Princess, who just has the greatest name of all time, the Lego version of Princess Zelda, Monita from Nintendo Land, Dinner from Link the Faces of Evil, and the racist dog from Majora's Mask, which is of course the dog in the center of Clocktown who only attacks you if you're a Deku scrub. And I'm pretty sure you can read its mind with a Mask of Truth and it says, "Grrr, I hate Deku scrubs," or something. Thanks for making a dog racist, Nintendo. Some of the 8-vote highlights include the Hippo model from Link's Awakening, Maggie's father from The Wind Waker, Corn Boy from Ripen's Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love, Ronson from Breath of the Wild, the Master Cycle from Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Jim from Majora's Mask, Rupin from Skyward Sword, Zunari from The Wind Waker, Gorman and the Deku King from Majora's Mask, Manhandla from Zelda 1, Saki, aka the mother of Tulin from Breath of the Wild, Jaboon from The Wind Waker, and Roy from Kermit Swamp Years! Hell yeah! Now for some 9-vote peeps, we have Ganondorf from the 2007 Imagi movie pitch. Yeah, it turns out this one studio pitched a CGI movie to Nintendo back then, and they depicted Ganondorf with the chattiest face to ever exist. I don't know what to think about this, to be honest with you. We also have the Great Deku Tree from Wind Waker, the Goron Elder's son from Majora's Mask, Dubious Food from Breath of the Wild, the Thief Girl from A Link Between Worlds, Stritch from Skyward Sword, Jasha from Tears of the Kingdom, Boo from Link's Awakening, and who could forget Hoiger Haugen Dugan from Phantom Hourglass. Easily the best name for any character to ever exist. Alright, double digits. Now these lists of characters are gonna start thinning out a bit. So with 10 votes apiece, we have iconic Zelda characters like Toru Adachi from Persona 4 and Scott the Waz from Scott the Waz. There's also Rex from Xenoblade Chronicles 2, who kinda sorta counts because his clothes are in Breath of the Wild. Does anyone remember that promotion even happened? That was kinda wild. No pun intended. Anyway, we also have Hurdy-Gurdy Man from the Minish Cap, Giovanni from Twilight Princess, General Wright and Ganon from Echoes of Wisdom, Fish Lady from Link the Faces of Evil, again, that's her real name, Seikon from Majora's Mask, the Fairy Queen from Wind Waker, a Cheep Cheep from Link's Awakening, and a Dalwa from Majora's Mask. God, I love that guy and his stupid theme song. With 11 votes, we have Jesus from the Bible. Yep, makes perfect sense. And we also have Link from the Japanese A Link to the Past commercial where he busts a move. You gotta watch that commercial, it's a trip. There's also 11 votes for Shayfrillis. Guys, I'm not in Zelda, I don't know how to tell you that. Anyway, we've also got Anju's grandmother from Majora's Mask, the Great Trapini from Triforce Heroes, Fledge from Skyward Sword, Grandma Yahoo from Link's Awakening, Imp Paz from Twilight Princess, Pamela from Majora's Mask, Thunderblight Ganon from Breath of the Wild, Ben Quadaneros from Star Wars, and finally, Steroido from freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. As far as I know, that is his real English name, since this game did get localized in the UK. On to some 12-vote peeps, we have King Dodongo from Ocarina of Time, Queen Gibdo from Tears of the Kingdom, Minister Left from Echoes of Wisdom, Oshus from Phantom Hourglass, Sahasrara, that guy from A Link to the Past, Foe Hero from Triforce Heroes, Goro Akechi from Persona 5, Omphak from Zelda The Wand of Gamelon, and of course, who could forget Kohiro from Ocarina of Time. With 13 votes, we have Mordecai from Regular Show, yep, of course, Barnes from Twilight Princess, Mulgera from Wind Waker, Muzu from Breath of the Wild, the Death Mountain Trail Gatekeeper from Ocarina of Time, Auron from A Link Between Worlds, though one person specifically voted for Auron when she's all bloated and fat. I hope you're proud of yourself. The Foolish Monkey and Tingle's father from Majora's Mask, the Gloom Spawn from Tears of the Kingdom, Link from the Ocarina of Time manga, Ferris from Spirit Tracks, and of course, the Shark PNG at the bottom of the laboratory in Ocarina of Time. Boy, does it look intimidating. With 14 votes, we have the Chef Bear from Link's Awakening, Oki from Breath of the Wild, which is that Korok you have to trail for that one shrine quest in the forest, and I hate it so much, it's so annoying. Oki himself innocent though. We also have Gully from A Link Between Worlds, Falby from Twilight Princess, the Hungry Gorilla from Zelda 1, the Lego version of Link, the Terminal Montage version of Link, and Spinch the Horse, not to be confused with Spinch the Man from Breath of the Wild. Now for some characters with 15 votes, we have Gonzo from the Wind Waker, Crazy Tracy and Mr. Right from Link's Awakening, Bucha from Skyward Sword, Prince Facade from the Zelda cartoon, Harlequin from Link the Faces of Evil, and Orange Link from the Minish Cap, which is simply a glitched color version of regular Link. But I figured he should be counted separately since he's practically his own entity. Some 16-vote characters include Captain Kida from Majora's Mask, Old Man Ho-Ho from the Wind Waker, King Dorephan from Breath of the Wild, Kina from Skyward Sword, Lulu from Majora's Mask, the Owl from Link's Awakening, Patricia the Sand Seal from Breath of the Wild, the Helmarock King from Wind Waker, Big Green Choo Choo from the Minish Cap, Zelda and Doof from the Zelda cartoon, and of course, Brian David Gilbert from Unraveled. Though I don't think anyone voted for Link from the basketball timeline, what a shame. Okay, now we're really starting to whittle these numbers down. Some of the 17-vote characters include Richard the Dog from Ocarina of Time, Gengal the Cat from Twilight Princess, the Giant Turtle from Majora's Mask, Mask, Cuckoo Lady from Ocarina of Time, and Link from the Twilight Princess manga. I read a bit of that too in preparation for this video, and I really like what they did with him. He's got a fun personality and really intriguing backstory that I can't wait to learn more about. Some of the 18 vote characters include Keaton from Majora's Mask, the battle-tested Guardian from Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, Knuckle from the Wind Waker, Link the Goron from Majora's Mask, who is that Goron you steal the hotel reservation of in Clocktown, Link the cat from Twilight Princess, which is the cat that always has the same name as you, and the Mii from Nintendo Lands, the greatest hero of them all. Alright, here's some 19 vote characters. We got Piranha Plant from Link's Awakening, Rutella from Twilight Princess, Impa from Echoes of Wisdom, Them from Majora's Mask, which are the aliens who invade Romani Ranch, Ganon from the Zelda cartoon, Harbano from Zelda the Wand of Gamelon, the Lion from Ripens Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love, and finally, the Rapping Kid from the Zelda commercial. Look that one up too, it's an all-time classic, you have no idea. Alright, we finally reached the character with 20 votes. So now I'm going to start reading all of them, just like I did in the Mario poll. With 20 votes, we have Anjean from Spirit Tracks, Ankle from Wind Waker, the Bean Seller from Majora's Mask, Olryra from Link's Awakening, Sprite from the Zelda cartoon, Link from specifically Super Mario Maker 2, the old psychic lady with the evil eye who reads fortunes and knows everything before it happens from the Mario Super Show, and finally, Joe Biden. Well, you know what? He got a lot more votes than he did in the Mario poll. You don't know what you have till it's gone, I guess. Shout out to the old psychic lady with the evil eye who reads fortunes and knows everything before it happens as well. Just another invalid joke character carried over from people who watched the Mario poll video. In terms of the legit characters here, I don't have a ton to say. I've always liked Olryra and how shy he is when you see him in person versus on the phone. Relatable. And it's pretty cool that this many people voted for the Mario Maker 2 version of Link. It was neat that they gave him so many unique abilities in that game. Though I think I would personally sooner take the large variety of Mystery Mushroom costumes from the first Mario Maker. As for the characters with 21 votes, we have Cece from Tears of the Kingdom, Henna from Twilight Princess, Rosa from Oracle of Seasons, Chow Chow from Link's Awakening, Nadra from Breath of the Wild, Tingle from Four Swords Adventures, Guru Guru from Majora's Mask, the Hylian Retriever from Breath of the Wild, the Bed from Echoes of Wisdom, and finally, Arzette from Arzette the Jewel of Faramore, which if you don't know, was a game that released last year based on the Zelda CDI games. It's pretty fun, I'd highly recommend it. Aside from that, I think it's very funny that the Bed got so many votes. That thing is stupidly useful in ways you would never expect when you first start the game. Guru Guru is pretty fun in Majora's Mask, even if he wasn't as popular as his nameless Hyrulean counterpart. And finally, I just want to shout out Henna. It's really cool to me that she got so many votes, because I love spending time with her at the fishing hole. It's such a nice place to unwind in Twilight Princess, and I really like all the little details at her shop. Like, she has unique dialogue if you zoom in on different items or photos in the shop. She'll ask you if you think she or her sister is cuter, and you can go on a fishing trip with her, which is pretty fun. Honestly, they just put so much effort into fleshing out this one minor NPC in this one remote corner of the game. And I wanted to shout that out. It's good to know there are other Henna fans out there. Moving on to the 22 vote characters, we have Princess Styla from Triforce Heroes, Lupe from Faces of Evil, Dato and Yolero from Breath of the Wild, Kamali from Wind Waker, Igos Duikana from Majora's Mask, Sheik and Ganondorf from the Smash Bros. Series as a whole, and Ian Hikokes from Smosh, who has notably dressed up as Link in the Legend of Zelda rap video. That's pretty funny. I won't pretend that I know anything about Smosh. I attended a party Ian was at before, but I didn't introduce myself because I didn't know who he was. And then after the fact, people were like, "What do you mean you could have met Ian, but you didn't?" Sorry, I'm uncultured, I didn't know of him. But with that said, I think it is really funny he got so many votes. I didn't know who Dato was just based on the name, but apparently he's the NPC that was modeled after Robin Williams, which is really cool, and that makes sense why he got so many votes. Most of them were just for the Robin Williams NPC in Breath of the Wild. Very few people actually voted for him by name. I also wanted to shout out Igos Duikana, a very cool mini-boss who represents the themes of accepting death in Majora's Mask really well. And I like the little cutscene with him if you're wearing the captain's hat. It's also funny when he just kicks you aside. Great stuff. Now for the 23 vote characters, we have Tot from Wind Waker, who most people just voted for as the guy who dresses like Elvis and dances in front of a grave. There's also Glockenspiel from Cadence of Hyrule, Madame Kotor from Triforce Heroes, Zelda from Zelda 2, Onyx from Oracle of Seasons, Red Link from Four Swords Adventures, Koyin and the Giant Horse from Breath of the Wild, and Link from Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I think the character that really sticks out here is Onyx. I thought the main villain of Oracle of Seasons might have done a little bit better, but I guess not many people really care about him these days. You might not know Koyin by name, but she is the NPC whose ancestor invented pizza. So a lot of people really became fans of hers after my Smashed Pizza video. And finally, Glee Glockenspiel is just the greatest name pun I've ever heard in my life. I'm glad they got a decent chunk of votes. Next up with 24 votes, we got Ricky from Oracle of Seasons, Mila from Wind Waker, Wizro from Hyrule Warriors, Bariki from Ripens Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love, Tail from Majora's Mask, Fire from Twilight Princess, Blue Link from Four Swords Adventures, a more popular character than Red Link by 1 vote, Kotera from Breath of the Wild, just a generic pig from Wind Waker, Gonti from the Link to the Past manga, and finally, Tom Holland from the upcoming movie adaptation. Tom Holland has obviously not been cast as Link, but this is just the joke that he's the most generic choice for the role. We'll see if that actually happens. Aside from him, I like Mila and that side quest where you catch her stealing in the middle of the night a lot. I like Ricky for being the only kangaroo to exist in the entire Zelda series. It really got me thinking about how fantastical kangaroos are as creatures. Like, it's crazy they exist in the real world if you really think about it. And Gonti was a character I was unfamiliar with before starting this poll. I thought this was just some generic old man sage and I didn't know why they kept popping up in the votes. But then I finally looked up a picture of her and yeah, I get why she's pretty popular with you guys. With 25 votes, we got Pippet from Skyward Sword, Jolene from Phantom Hourglass, though a lot of people just voted for her as Linebeck's Baddie X, Darknut and Stalord from Twilight Princess, Aghanim from Link to the Past, the Master Craftsman's Son from Ocarina of Time, Choo-Choo from Breath of the Wild, and Zelda Williams, the daughter of Robin Williams who appeared in that one Zelda commercial, and who was obviously named after Zelda. That's nice that she got so many votes. I'm also surprised there are so many Pippet fans out there, like hell yeah. I like the part where he has to confess to his crush in what's basically a scene ripped straight out of Tamagotchi Life. And I also really like that scene where he gets mad at his mom for spending money on someone to clean the house. It was just weirdly realistic, and it had no real reason to be in the game, but it's just a nice way to flesh out this character, honestly. I'm kind of surprised Stalord didn't do a little better. He is kind of the fan favorite boss from Twilight Princess, and I'm glad the Master Craftsman's Son got this many votes. I think he's pretty interesting, and I like the fan speculation that he turns into a Stalfos in the Lost Woods, never to be seen again. Jolene is pretty cool as well, but man did fighting her all the time get pretty annoying. Not as annoying as the Temple of the Ocean King though. Ah, Phantom Hourglass, you would be so good if you just didn't have all this bullshit. So with 26 votes, we have Phantom Ganon from Ocarina of Time, Impa from the Oracle games, Blue Link from Triforce Heroes, Uku Jr. from Twilight Princess, and the Ocarina of Time from Take a Wild Guess. Not really a character, but a very important and prominent item. Important enough to get a decent chunk of votes. Now for the characters with 27 votes, we have Zelda from the Minish Cap, Ook from Twilight Princess, the Yoshi plush from Link's Awakening, B-Guy from A Link Between Worlds, the Tokay race from Oracle of Ages, the Imprisoned from Skyward Sword, the Quick Moblin from Nintendo Land, the Treasure Chest Shop Gal from Majora's Mask, Christine from Link's Awakening, Robin Williams from the Zelda commercials, and Peanut Butter Gamer, the creator of Zelda Month on YouTube. Dude, I remember being a kid and absolutely adoring PBG's Zelda videos, especially the Wind Waker hacking one. Oh man, what a classic. Typically, I try and keep my fanboying to a minimum when I reach out to creators I watched as a kid, but it was seriously a dream come true to have PBG in my Mario Kart 8 video. Oh man, that was so cool. It's nice to see a bunch of Robin Williams votes. I'm honestly amazed this many people like the Imprisoned enough to vote for him. It's nice to see a Nintendo Land version of a Zelda enemy get a bunch of votes. And shout out to Ook for being a baboon with a gigantic ass. You don't see that every day in Zelda. Alright, we've only got a few 28 vote characters, those being Glutko from Faces of Evil, Volvagia from Ocarina of Time, Shadow Link from Four Swords Adventures, Prince Richard from Link's Awakening, and Roscoe, the non-sentient orb that one lady is sexually attracted to in Breath of the Wild. Glad that got a lot of votes. Now with Shadow Link, a ton of these people might have been trying to vote for his manga counterpart, who's a bit higher up on this ranking, but I didn't count those towards the manga version since they didn't specify that. Volvagia is a pretty cool, memorable boss. Richard is cool for being a deep-cut reference to the game The Frog for Whom the Bell Tolls. And I feel obligated to say something about him since I said something about everyone else. Glutko is funny, particularly when he says, "Tastes like a diarrhea." Now for the 29 vote characters, we have Grazzy, a YouTuber who apparently built the entirety of Breath of the Wild in Minecraft. Yeah, you know what? If that doesn't deserve 29 votes, I don't know what does. In addition, there's also Bellum from Phantom Hourglass, Violin from Tears of the Kingdom, Scrapper from Skyward Sword, Zelda from Smash Ultimate, and the Healing Lady from Zelda 2 that a lot of people interpreted as being a prostitute. Yeah, sure, I'm not gonna argue with that. Scrapper is a bit of a divisive character. I do like his attitude and his extreme devotion to Fi. I really don't like that one pointless escort mission you have to do with him. Yeah, mixed bag I guess, but it's nice that 29 people like him enough to vote for him. Actually, this isn't in the script, but I'm remembering now that there's this one Smash Ultimate mod that changes Rosalina to Fi, and it also changes the Luma to Scrapper. I thought that was pretty inspired, honestly. And shout out to Violin. I really like her design, and she's definitely one of the cooler characters to originate from Tears of the Kingdom. Plus, I love the violin in general, so yeah. And then there's Bellum, who's one of the more boring Zelda villains, I feel. Like, there's not really a lot to him, but you know, 29 votes, not too bad for him. Now for the characters with 30 votes, we actually have a pretty interesting tie. One of the 30 vote characters is Ingo from Ocarina of Time, but another one is Luigi from Ocarina of Time. You might assume those people were just voting for Ingo since he looks like Luigi, but no. 30 people specified they are voting for the Luigi painting inside Hyrule Castle. I thought that was pretty funny that these two earned the same amount of votes. Also with 30 votes, we have the Deku Princess from Majora's Mask, Melania from Breath of the Wild, the Crossbow from Link's Crossbow Training, and finally, Tamatoa. You guys gotta stop voting for him. He's not in this game series. Yeah, this is a pretty random assortment of weirdos. I think it's pretty funny that the Crossbow got more votes than the Ocarina of Time. Shout out to Melania for being absolutely terrifying. And the Deku Princess is funny because how does she fit in a tiny bottle? What a weird series this is. With 31 votes, we have a couple here, those being the Gold Dog from Majora's Mask, Brigo from Breath of the Wild, who most people just voted for as the guy who stops you from jumping off a bridge, Mayor Cavendish from Wand of Gamelon, Skipper from Skyward Sword, the Master Sword, and finally, Link the Pig from Wind Waker. Yes, the giant black pig who always has the same name you give Link is just as popular as the Master Sword. Incredible. I'm glad Link the Pig got so many votes, and I'm glad a bunch of people like Skipper too. I really like his story and helping him find his ship and his crew. Pretty fun side character. Now with 32 votes, we have a pretty oddball trio. Those being Link from Super Mario RPG specifically, Zelda from Zelda's Adventure, and Mo the Moblin from Wind Waker. So yeah, Link of course has a cameo in Mario RPG, as does Samus. I thought it was pretty funny that many people remembered that and voted for him. Zelda's Adventure Zelda is of course different from Zelda in the other two CDI games. Not quite as interesting or popular, but what are you gonna do? And finally, Mo is the unseen moblin that Maggie falls in love with when she's captured at the Forsaken Fortress, who then sends a letter to her that says, "I want to eat you for dinner," and she assumes that's a proposal. I don't even know where to start with that side quest. It's genuinely one of the weirdest ones in the entire Zelda series, which is saying quite a lot. So yeah, fascinating that many people voted for Mo the Moblin. Now with 33 votes, we have Colgera from Tears of the Kingdom, Tingle from Ripened Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love, the Deku Butler's son from Majora's Mask, Arided and Link the Goron from Ocarina of Time, and the Lord of the Mountain from Breath of the Wild. Nice that so many people like the Lord of the Mountain, obviously a very sweet tribute to Iwata. Link the Goron is of course Darunia's son, who he names after whatever you name Link. That's always fun. Colgera, I feel, is the standout boss from Tears of the Kingdom, especially when you factor in his incredible theme theme music. And I think it's interesting that the Deku Butler's son got so many votes, since we never meet him in person. We only know him as that dead tree at the beginning who becomes the spirit of the Deku mask. Obviously, this character didn't get as many votes as Darmani or Mikau, but it is still pretty cool a bunch of people care about him enough to vote for him. Another trio for the 34 vote gang. Definitely more normal than the last trio we saw. They are the Garo from Majora's Mask, Shad from Twilight Princess, and the Crimson Loftwing from Skyward Sword. I honestly wish they gave your Loftwing a name. I don't know why it's just the Crimson Loftwing, but oh well. It's nice flying around on it, particularly in the Switch version where you don't have to flap your arms up and down with the Wii Remote to fly. The Garos are neat, and I really like Shad's design. He's kind of a dork, but also kind of cool looking at the same time. I kind of wish the Resistance members in Twilight Princess were a little bit better fleshed out and utilized, and he's no exception. Next up is 4 characters with 35 votes, those being Twin Rova from Ocarina of Time, Spinch the Man, not the horse, from Breath of the Wild, the Moblin who says it's a secret to everybody in the original Zelda, and the Back Alley Soldier from Ocarina of Time. This is one of the coolest and most chilling Easter eggs in the whole series. The soldier who only appears after you first encounter Ganon, and then disappears after you go forward in time for the first time. He tells you Ganondorf really did betray the royal family, asks you to help, and then he dies right in front of you. And he's just completely gone after that. It's such an amazing detail that I always go out of my way to find. It's cool to see him get so many votes. With 36 votes, we have Tingle from the Minish Cap, Nico from Wind Waker, Lady Maud from Triforce Heroes, and Varen from Oracle of Ages. Varen obviously got a decent amount more votes than fellow Oracle main villain Onyx. And looking at her design, gee, I wonder why. Speaking of main villains though, I'm honestly surprised that many people voted for Lady Maud. It's just really cool to see that there were other people who played Triforce Heroes. It wasn't just me and my friends. Shout out to Nico for being a fun scamp of a pirate buddy in Wind Waker, and then living for over 100 years to show up in Spirit Tracks without having to get reincarnated or anything. That's honestly really cool. With 37 votes, we have Russell from Twilight Princess, Kamaro from Majora's Mask, a Lionel from Breath of the Wild, the Bombchu bowling alley operator from Ocarina of Time, Average Middle-Aged Man from A Link to the Past, and finally, Shadow Link from the Four Swords manga. Dude, my girlfriend gave me the Four Swords manga to read, and not only is it really good, but I totally get why Shadow Link is so popular. He's honestly a really cool and fun antagonist, with a lot of character, and a super interesting dynamic with Purple Link. I'd highly recommend checking out this manga if you haven't before. They pretty much wrote an original story using the basic framework of the game as a jumping off point, and it's really good. I also love Kamaro and his creepy dance, and I love that the Lionel got so many votes. These guys were kinda the enemy to challenge yourself with in Breath of the Wild, and I'll never forget how excited I was the first time I killed one. With 38 votes, we have the Dead Hand from Ocarina of Time, Link from Soul Calibur 2, and 38 people just voted for Mario from Mario. Like, that's all they wrote for both the character and the game. You know what? That was such an innocent sounding request that I kept it. It doesn't count officially for this poll, but I wanted to mention it anyway. Anyway, the Dead Hand deserves an award for most terrifying thing to ever be put in an E for Everyone rated game. Like, I genuinely think it even outdoes everything from Majora's Mask in terms of scariness. I mean, what the hell, Nintendo? And it's really cool to see Link get 38 votes for his guest appearance in the GameCube version of Soul Calibur 2, which you can play now on Nintendo Switch 2 with the GameCube Switch Online expansion app or whatever. I don't know, I'm writing this in April before the Switch 2 launches, but maybe by now I'll have given the game a try. It's a very cool guest appearance, and it's very cool he got this many votes. Now for the 39 vote characters. One of them is an odd one out, that being Bongo Bongo from Ocarina of Time. And then we have 2 incarnations of the same character. 39 people voted for Ganon from A Link to the Past, and then another 39 voted for Ganondorf, specifically from the terminal montage videos on YouTube where he dances and says suavemente. Alright, that's really funny actually. I may not have understood every YouTuber version of a Zelda character that you guys voted for, but I love terminal montage's videos, and what he did with Ganondorf cracks me up every time I see it. I think that's one of my favorite recurring jokes in any of his videos, right up there with Chris freaking Kirby. Now, I know Ganon from A Link to the Past is the same character as a certain alter ego I mentioned earlier, but I don't know, I thought I'd keep them separate because we're not really at the high vote characters yet, so there's not really any harm in not combining them right now. And Bongo Bongo's a fun boss. It's honestly really cool to see just how iconic most of the Ocarina of Time bosses are, since they all got a decent chunk of votes individually. Now we finally have a character with a number of votes all to themselves. With 40 votes, we have a horse from Breath of the Wild. Just a generic horse. That's it. Yeah, I mean, horses are really cool and helpful in that game. And I love how you can just catch your own, take it to a stable, name it, and ride it anywhere. Great mechanic. It's a shame they're pretty useless in Tears of the Kingdom, but oh well, what are you gonna do? With 41 votes, we have Link from Four Swords. The people who voted for him didn't specify any one specific color, so I'm just gonna count their votes towards Link before he splits into 4 different versions of himself. And also, King Bulblin from Twilight Princess, Duke Onkled from Wand of Gamelon, and Batro from Skyward Sword. I've always been a big Batro enjoyer. He's such a sweetheart, and you really get wrapped up in how much he wants to become human. I also just think it's really cool to frame every single side quest in the game around collecting gratitude crystals for this one guy, who will give you rewards the more side quests you complete. It was such an awesome structure that I would love to see the series do again. King Bulblin is also a cool as hell rival. It was honestly so raw when he just decided to speak for the first time at the end of the game and acknowledge that you are indeed the strongest side that he will now follow. I think about that moment a lot. It's one of my favorites in the whole game. Next up, with 42 votes, we have a single character again, that being Hectan from Wand of Gamelon. If you don't remember him just by name, you might remember his iconic line, "You've killed me!" To which Zelda responds, "Good." Yet another one of the rawest moments in the entire series. I mean, damn, he just melts into a puddle with nothing but his beating heart left, and Zelda shows no remorse whatsoever. She's just like, good. That's honestly a better girl boss moment than anything Disney has put in a movie in the past 20 years. Now we have a trio with 43 votes, those being Blue Link from Four Swords, Chancellor Cole from Spirit Tracks, and Talon from Ocarina of Time. Even though I've never played Spirit Tracks, I like Cole's design, and it's cool to see another one-off villain do so well in the poll. And Talon's just funny. Why does he look like Mario? Why is he sleeping in the most random places in the game? Very fun dude. I always get a hoot of seeing him run around and worry that his daughter is gonna get on his case. Now with 44 votes, I thought we were kind of slowing down in terms of the number of characters getting a certain number of votes. But no, we've actually got quite a few here. They are Link from Echoes of Wisdom, Ganon from Twilight Princess, not Ganondorf mind you, but just the beast form named Ganon, Valoo from Wind Waker, Militron from Faces of Evil, Feeny from Skyward Sword, Chris Houlihan from A Link to the Past, and Gerard Way from My Chemical Romance. No, I don't know why, but I appreciate the effort, even if he has nothing to do with Zelda. Chris Houlihan, though, I'm really glad to see him do so well. If you didn't know, there's this secret room in A Link to the Past that belongs to someone named Chris Houlihan, who allegedly was the winner of a Nintendo Power contest, where you can have your name put into a Nintendo game. But it's not even known if this is what actually happened, or if Chris Houlihan is even a real person. Genuinely such a fascinating urban legend. Anyway, Feeny is great. I'm really glad they revisited this type of side quest, which we'll talk more about later. And Link from Echoes of Wisdom is honestly one of the best and most fun Links from a gameplay perspective. Too bad that only consists of like 5 minutes of gameplay. Now we only have one character with 45 votes, which isn't even a character, nor is it something that actually appears in-game without the use of hacking. It is in fact the Arwing from Ocarina of Time, or to be more accurate, Star Fox. Yeah, I actually didn't know about this before doing this poll, but the Arwing is actually programmed into Ocarina of Time, apparently being used by the developers to test out the flight patterns they would use for the Volvagia boss fight. You can look up footage on YouTube of people who hacked the game in order to fight the Arwing, which is programmed to shoot lasers at you, fly around, explode when you shoot it down. It's honestly so cool to see, knowing this was an official, unused part of the game put in there by the developers. Like, it's not even a placeholder image, it's a fully programmed enemy. Genuinely so awesome. Now with 46 votes, we have Mario from Ocarina of Time. Unlike the votes for Mario from Mario, these ones are actually legitimate legitimate since they're referring to the Mario painting you can see in Hyrule Castle. And again, these votes are different from Talon, who just looks like Mario. In fact, it's funny that the Mario painting got more votes than him. Also with 46 votes, we have Barkle from Freshly Picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Lands, and Kakashi from Ripened Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love. Barkle is of course Tingle's dog, who is dressed exactly like him, completely normal character. And Kakashi is of course based on the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz. Yeah, apparently there was a Wizard of Oz world in this game or something. Honestly, I think I'm missing out. I should really play these damn things. Now for the trio with 47 votes, and actually, they are all tied for 200th place. That's right, only 199 more characters to go after this. They are Aster from Age of Calamity, King Zora from Ocarina of Time, and Shy Guy from Link's Awakening. Yeah, he didn't quite do as well on this poll as he did on the Mario one, sadly. King Zora's cutscene of him slowly moving aside, which you can't skip, is obviously incredible and iconic, and Aster is a pretty cool OC villain in Age of Calamity. Now with 48 votes, we have in Octorok from Zelda 1, that character from Twilight Princess, and both Mido and the Running Man from Ocarina of Time. When I was a kid and didn't know that much about Zelda, I kinda just assumed Octoroks were like the Goombas of the series, since they were the main grunt enemy you fought in the first ever game. Yeah, it turns out that's not really true at all. I don't really know if the series has a Goomba equivalent. Maybe the Moblin? I don't know. But regardless, Octoroks are pretty damn iconic, largely because of this first game. Ashai is pretty cool. I also wish she was better fleshed out, but, you know, she's cool. Also, the first time I saw her trophy in Brawl, I just assumed she was a Fire Emblem character. I don't know if anyone else had that same experience. She just looks like one. Mido is a fun little shit, and the Running Man is such a great goofball. I prefer his Termina counterpart, but he's still a very memorable part of Ocarina. I mean, he's the only NPC you can find in this vast Hyrule field. Shout out to him for not being afraid to venture out that far from the castle. Now for a duo with 49 votes, we have Terran from Link's Awakening and the Spirit Train from Spirit Tracks. I'm a little surprised Terran did better than Talon. I mean, I guess the Link's Awakening remake came out more recently, but I just didn't know that many people preferred Terran over the other Mario-looking dad character. It is pretty wacky how he gets turned into a raccoon while looking for mushrooms, I guess. Fun guy. And even though the Spirit Train isn't sentient, I guess is your mode of transportation in Spirit Tracks, a lot of people get attached to it. Next up is a single character with 50 votes, that being Lord Jabu Jabu from Ocarina of Time. He doesn't really have much of a character outside of Big Fish, but he's of course pretty memorable for housing an entire dungeon inside his stomach. That's pretty creative and fun. Yeah, I don't know, I like him. Now for two characters with 51 votes, we have Moosh from the Oracle games and Epona from Twilight Princess. I really like how that game actually lets you name Epona whatever you want. On my most recent playthrough, I named Link Olimar, and so I named Epona Moss. That's cute, and Epona definitely gets a lot of use in this game, arguably more so than any other 3D Zelda. I like how well she's fleshed out and how you can actually talk to her as a wolf. And Moosh is another mount, being a giant flying blue bear. I mean, I don't have to have played the Oracle games to say that that's awesome. It's blatantly obvious. With 52 votes, we have Ilia from Twilight Princess, Koloktos from Skyward Sword, and Taro and Yona from Tears of the Kingdom. I think it's interesting that Ilia and Yona got the same amount of votes. I feel like they're both characters who I've seen a fair amount of people dislike, and who weren't really as integral to their games as they could have been. I mean, I feel like Ilia just isn't really that well fleshed out as your friend, especially compared to your relationship with the kids. And Yona doesn't really serve much of a purpose to her game, and, you know, people are obviously mad about her stealing Sidon from Link, I guess. But you know what? 52 votes for each of them still isn't bad. Shout out to the sickest boss in any 3D Zelda, though. God, I love Koloktos. It's nice to see him get a lot of love. Alright, this is a pretty crazy tie here. Quite the wild coincidence. With 53 votes, we have Purple Link from Four Swords Adventures and Vio from the Four Swords manga. So, kind of the same character, just two different versions of them in two different mediums. Honestly, I feel like most of the people voting for the game Purple Link probably meant the manga version. I just can't imagine the in-game Purple Link specifically would be this popular. But yeah, Vio is easily a standout character of the manga. He's super cool, he has this interesting arc where he kind of turns to the dark side and joins up with Shadow Link. It's like, if I was 12 years old when I read this, his character would have gone so hard. Hell, he still goes so hard. I just think it's so cool how much characterization the manga gave him specifically. It really is awesome how fleshed out its story is, and you seriously owe it to yourself to check it out. It's great. Now for two characters with 54 votes, it's Celia from Phantom Hourglass and Yetta from Twilight Princess. I like Celia, even if it is a little silly how they just recycled Navi's Hey voice clip for her. And Yetta is just a super sweet character. I love spending time with her in Snow Peak Ruins and trying to make her feel better. I love how she keeps forgetting where the big key is and sends you on wild goose chases to get cheese. She's just such a sweet person, what can I say? With 55 votes, we have Naburu from Ocarina of Time, Noel from Echoes of Wisdom, and the Fishman from Wind Waker. Naburu's a pretty okay sage. You don't really form that much of a bond with her like you do with the others, but she's pretty cool regardless. Noel, I personally feel is a bit of a boring villain, but he's the center of a really cool lore reveal in the game, and he can be quite frightening. He's just a bit of a generic, monstrous force of darkness type of villain. But I think at this point, we were all just excited to have a new villain in the series that wasn't just Ganon again. And the Fishman is great. I love his voice clips, and throwing bait at him to get every corner of your map filled is just such a satisfying experience. Now we've reached our first number of votes with no character attached. That's right, we're skipping over 56. No one got that many votes. Instead, moving on to an Ocarina of Time duo with 57 votes. It is the Bean Seller and the Eyeball Frog. The Bean Seller is, of course, a great way to teach kids about inflation. I know I personally couldn't stand this fucker jacking up his prices every single time you make a purchase from him. And the Eyeball Frog is... Okay, I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I don't know why 57 of you voted for this. I guess he just looks funny, which... fair enough. With 58 votes, we have Link's uncle from A Link to the Past and the Light Dragon from Tears of the Kingdom. Link's uncle is, of course, a very memorable NPC from that game, since you see him die within like 5 minutes of starting the game. It definitely stays in your mind, especially if you replay it. And the Light Dragon is just so damn cool. I love piecing together that twist, and I'm really happy that it didn't get spoiled by a guide or by the Deku Tree that this is where you find the Master Sword in the game. It felt so rewarding to land on this dragon and then find that thing embedded in his forehead. What an amazing location for the sword. Great character. Next up with 59 votes, we have Linebeck III from Spirit Tracks and the Shopkeeper from Link's Awakening. From what I understand, Linebeck III's role is significantly smaller than that of his grandfather from Phantom Hourglass, but he's still a very cool Easter egg. And if you've never played Link's Awakening, you might be wondering what's so special about its Shopkeeper. Oh, nothing really. Just the fact that if you steal from him and then return to his shop, he will shoot lightning at you and kill you. This is perhaps the greatest game ever made. Taking a bit of a leap up to 62 votes, we have Colin from Twilight Princess, a character who is equally as popular as Pizza from Tears of the Kingdom. This is what Colin is worth to you guys. A pizza. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the pizza numbers were a bit inflated by some of my subscribers who still remember my Smash Pizza video. But even so, I mean, it's just really fun to have pizza be a cookable item in a Zelda game. You can't deny that. And with Colin, I wasn't a big fan of him when I was younger. I thought he was just some stupid kid and I didn't care about him too much. But over the years, something really clicked. I think his arc about wanting to be braver is genuinely really heartwarming. And he has some super sweet scenes with Link. I absolutely understand why so many people like him enough to vote for him. With 63 votes, we have Nehru from Oracle of Ages and David Jr. from The Wind Waker. Nehru, of course, being a very major character in that game, and David Jr. being some random guy who isn't related to the Tingle siblings, but looks exactly like them, who got forced into indentured servitude by Tingle. I don't get what's going on with Tingle in this game. With 64 votes, we have an iconic character from the N64, the Ocarina of Time version of Dark Link. On top of Red Link from Four Swords and Kilton from Breath of the Wild. Dark Link is one of the most iconic parts of Ocarina of Time. And while I personally don't think his boss fight is all that, I mean, come on, he looks like Link, but dark. That's cool. And Kilton is a very fun, weird NPC, who I think gets even better in Tears of the Kingdom, when he goes to Terrytown, and you can show him a picture of any monster in the game, and then he'll have Hudson sculpt it for you, in the exact pose it was in the picture you took. That's amazing. I love stupid, pointless shit like that probably took forever to program in video games. It's something I always look forward to in Tears of the Kingdom. Thank you, Kilton. With 65 votes, we have Monk Maz Koshia from Breath of the Wild, a Chain Chomp from Link to the Past, and Pinkle from freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Lands. I don't know what to say about Pinkle, so I won't say anything. Maz Koshia is easily the coolest boss fight in Breath of the Wild. When he started moving, my jaw dropped. Incredible battle with an incredible reward afterwards. And it's so amazing that he made it into Age of Calamity as a playable character. Just awesome stuff. And it's fascinating to see a Mario enemy in Zelda that isn't from Link's Awakening. But don't worry, we'll be talking about Chain Chomps in Link's Awakening later on. Stay tuned. We only have one character with 66 votes, that being Link from the Minish Cap. Even though he looks pretty identical to Wind Waker Link, this is actually a completely unique version of Link who doesn't appear in any other games. It's pretty neat how he's childhood friends with Zelda. That's not something you see all the time. Aside from Skyward Sword, but Zelda wasn't a princess in that game. He of course forms a bond with Eslo and gains the ability to shrink. Yeah, he's a neat incarnation of the hero, not much more to say. And with 67 votes, we have the Great Deku Tree from Breath of the Wild. Pretty good version of the character. I like how he's the guardian of all the Koroks, as well as the Master Sword. And I like having to free him from his gloom curse in Tears of the Kingdom. With 68 votes, we have Bigoron from Ocarina of Time. Obviously famous for his iconic Bigoron sword that you get as a reward for doing a lengthy trading quest. Yeah, he's a really cool dude. As soon as I get his sword, I'm basically done using the Master Sword for the rest of the game. And in general, I just love the fact that he's inexplicably huge. Like, that's so funny. Why are certain Gorons so big in Ocarina of Time and then never again in the other 3D games? Who knows? I like this guy though. With 69 votes, which character got the funny number? Let's see. It is in fact Uncle Rupee from freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Lands. I have obviously not played this game, but I just want to read you some of the information I gained from the Zelda wiki. So, spoiler alert for the Tingle game, I guess. Uncle Rupee is a demon who gets his power from rupees, and he is the creator of Tingles, which is a state of being that he curses people with. The Tingles are his slaves who he tricks into collecting rupees for him, and he is ultimately the final boss of the game. That's the lore. That's Tingle lore. I mean, it's obviously not official Zelda canon, but yeah, that's how Tingle works in this subseries. I can see why this guy got that many votes. Just conceptually, he kind of reminds me of the main villain of Neja 2. Just a real freak of a false god. Interesting character to say the least. With 71 votes, we have Ralph from Oracle of Ages and Octavo from Cadence of Hyrule. I don't know much about Ralph, but he does have a very neat design and apparently a bit of a character arc. Definitely someone who has all the makings of a memorable fan favorite character from this overall less well-known Zelda game. And Octavo is just a cool looking antagonist. Very reminiscent of Vati in terms of his design. He also just gives off Tumblr sexy man vibes, I don't know. I haven't played this game in a while, but I do remember him being a fun character to fight, as well as play as. Now for a duo with 72 votes, we have Dark Link from Zelda 2 and Petrus from Skyward Sword. This genuinely surprised me. Like, I'm a massive fan of all the minor Skyward Sword NPCs. I think they have so much character in both their designs and personalities, and nobody really talks about them. But it's so cool to see Petrus get so much love. Her subplot of slowly falling in love with Link over the course of the game is genuinely really funny, and I like how there are two endings to the quest where you can either accept or rebuke her affections. Honestly, I always accept just to be nice. I mean, Zelda doesn't need to know, she's trapped in a time crystal or whatever. Yeah, what a fun and funny NPC. It's always a highlight visiting her every time I complete a new area and return to Skyloft. And Dark Link is of course the iconic final boss of Zelda 2, who can be easily cheesed, but let's not worry about that. A very fun, memorable concept for a final villain who's legitimately really challenging if you actually fight him the intended way. Jumping up to the only character with 75 votes, we have Alfonso. Leave it to me. Alfonso is a pretty significant character in Spirit Tracks, and he obviously bears a lot of resemblance to his grandfather Gonzo from the Wind Waker. Apparently, he used to be the greatest swordsman in all of Hyrule, and now he's a royal engineer. That's pretty cool. I obviously don't know too much about him, other than that incredible meme related to Smash Bros, where Sakurai posted about how if you're playing as Toon Link on the Spirit Train stage, Alfonso will be in charge of driving the train. That's some great attention to detail, even if it's kinda pointless considering Spirit Track's Toon Link is different from Wind Waker Toon Link. But I'm not complaining because this one post about Alfonso turned into a meme of him replacing a bunch of other people in the game. Leave it to me. So yeah, this is a fun example of a character who got an entirely new legacy thanks to Smash Bros. He's probably more widely known for this Smash meme than he is for his actual appearance in Spirit Tracks, honestly. Next up with 76 votes is a duo that both come from Majora's Mask, the Deku Butler and the Postman. The Deku Butler is obviously very memorable for mourning his lost son and getting emotional when he races you since you remind him of his son. And then of course we see him in the credits grieving. It's a pretty sad scene to put right at the end of the game. One last emotional gut punch for Majora's Mask to leave you with. And I love the Postman. It's so fun seeing him barreling around Clocktown in accordance with the schedule. I love his quirkiness and extreme adherence to his creed. I love the emotional breakdown he has about wanting to flee but being too devoted to the grind set to do so. And I love that side quest you can do with him on the last day as part of the Cafe and Anju quest, where he's ordered to flee, gives you his hat, and officially becomes a free man. Weirdly beautiful in a way. I really can't say enough good things about this guy. He's one of my favorite characters in literally my favorite video game of all time. Just the best. And with 77 votes, we have Gebra from Ocarina of Time. Commonly regarded as one of the most hated characters from this game. It's pretty easy to see why. He's genuinely not really necessary. He pops in all the time to tell you information you could probably already gather from the rest of the NPCs. And then at the end of every conversation, he has the goal to say, "Would you like to hear what I said again?" With the default option being yes. I don't know what's wrong with this dude. I will say though, it does make for a pretty good contrast between the first act as Child Link and the rest of the game where he doesn't really show up. His only other appearance after you become an adult is when you complete the first chunk of the Spirit Temple and he acknowledges you as an adult. And I always thought that was a nice bookend to the rest of his scenes. His theme music is also unforgettable. So yeah, overall, clearly a character with his fans, but considering how prominent he is in the game, this isn't a lot of votes. And keep in mind, this is with the votes for his alter ego Rauru lumped in there. I think Rauru only got like 7, so I just threw them on top of the owl. Not the best showing, but like I said, he does have his fans. Now with 78 votes, we have two very similar characters. Those being Errol from The Wind Waker and Tony Soprano from The Sopranos. Wow, you guys are still voting for him, huh? Look, it was fun in the Mario poll, but come on guys, he's not even in a Zelda game like how he was in Super Circuit. Anyway, Errol is a very sweet character who also serves as a great motivation for you to want to start your quest in Wind Waker. So much so that they kinda copy that same format in the next two 3D Zelda games. Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword both task you with rescuing someone as your initial motivation to start questing. And while I think Skyward Sword probably did that the best, Wind Waker was where it started. Errol is very sweet and makes a great impression on you. It's really nice when you finally do rescue her. I like how she spends a bunch of time joining the pirates crew and they warm up to her. Just a fun little ball of sunshine who doesn't have a ton of screen time, but still makes a good impression. Now with 81 votes, unlike Tony Soprano, this is a completely valid character to vote for within the Zelda series. It is of course, Lonk from Pennsylvania. This is another classic, extremely dumb meme where it's just a Link me with a stupid face and his name is Lonk and he is from Pennsylvania. An absolute icon. I'm honestly shocked he didn't get more votes. I'm also shocked I've never encountered him in real life, but I don't know. Maybe he lives in Western Pennsylvania. Us Eastern Pennsylvanians don't associate with that side of the state. Now with 82 votes, we got Zelda from A Link to the Past, plus the Oracle games. A fairly simple and generic take on the character, I feel. I don't really have a ton to say about her. She is certainly a Zelda. She has a good design, nice dress and hair. I don't know, I think we can move on now. With 83 votes, we have Link from Hyrule Warriors. I've always really liked the Hyrule Warriors designs of the Triforce trio, and Link is no exception. That long blue scarf is a great touch. He also has by far the most costumes and the most weapons out of any character in the game, which goes a long way in making him really fun to play as. Like, you know me, I don't really pick Mario in Mario spin-off games, since I can play as him in the mainline games, and I want to play as other characters. Link in Hyrule Warriors sidesteps that issue just through the sheer variety of playstyles all of his weapons provide. I especially love the spinner and the ball and chain. Great stuff. Very cool take on the character. I can see why Sia went insane and turned evil because she wasn't able to be with him romantically. Alright, for some reason we've now got 4 characters with 84 votes. I thought we were slowing down a bit in terms of the number of characters to cover for each number of votes. But anyway, with 1 more vote than Hyrule Warriors Link, we have Hyrule Warriors Zelda. On top of Din from Oracle of Seasons, Uku from Twilight Princess, and Ganon from Ocarina of Time. Specifically, Ganon, the mindless final boss pig monster, not Ganondorf, the cunning great king of evil. An absolutely incredible final battle. Maybe not the best from a gameplay standpoint, but it's pretty much the definition of hype moments and aura. Din is of course a very memorable and cool character. She did a lot better than Nehru in the poll, which makes a lot of sense. I haven't played these games, but I do know she is the more popular of the two. Uku is absolutely terrifying for no real reason, but once you get over that, she's actually a really nice and helpful companion to Link in terms of warping him in and out of dungeons. It's a really fun showcase of Twilight Princess's creativity. Like, you could have just gotten a normal item that warps you out of a dungeon, but instead you get a freakish bird lady who warps you out and then leaves her son with you if you want to warp back in. Incredible. I actually really grew to like her as the game went on, and I thought it was cool how she was there the whole time as a side character, but then actually became plot relevant when she helped you find the city in the sky, since that's her home. Neat stuff. And Hyrule Warriors Zelda has, dare I say, an even cooler design than Hyrule Warriors Link. It's the perfect midpoint between regal and warrior, and she's overall just a really cool take on the character. Okay, now back to just 1 character per number of votes for a while. I don't know why 84 was such a popular amount. With 85 votes, we have Addison from Tears of the Kingdom. He is, of course, the sign guy, the dude all over the overworld who really needs your help propping up a sign in various ways. Honestly, he got a bit old to me, and the rewards didn't really seem worth it after a while compared to the Korok seeds, but solving the sign puzzles could be a bit satisfying in their own right every now and then. He's just a funny dude, and it's nice to see someone spreading propaganda of the glory of Hudson Construction Company. With 86 votes, we have Darmani from Majora's Mask. Probably my personal favorite Goron in the whole series. I've gone on record before saying that scene where you heal him and get his mask is the moment Majora's Mask goes from good to great. I care so deeply about his regrets and helping him ease them. And it's beautiful how you get to live on as him and save the Goron race from freezing to death. Plus, he gives you the Goron mask, which is easily the most fun transformation in the game. Come on now. Great character. Rest in peace. With 87 votes, we have Volga from Hyrule Warriors. He's basically just one to see as henchman alongside Wizrow, but much like Din versus Nehru, I'm not surprised that Volga far outperformed Wizrow in the slightest. His design is just a lot cooler, and he's also a really fun character to play as. I love the idea of doing a humanoid take on Volvagia. I mean, seriously, what else is there to say? The sheer aura this guy exudes is palpable. What an awesome character. And with 88 votes, we have Link, specifically from Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Yes, I'm counting this as its own unique iteration of Link. And as such, he outperformed Link from Hyrule Warriors, Echoes of Wisdom, and Four Swords. I mean, I don't know, can you blame him? I'll never forget how dumbfounded and hyped I was when it was first announced that Link was coming to Mario Kart. What an incredible treat for us starving Wii U owners. And then he got to be a part of the base roster of the highest selling Mario Kart game of all time. Hell, currently the 5th highest selling video game of all time. Once again, I said this in the Mario poll video, but it bears repeating. This is the highest selling video game ever with Link in it. Technically, this is the incarnation most people have seen in a game. Truly incredible. I love playing as him. I love his trick animations with the sword and the Triforce and everything. It's really cool how they updated him to have a Breath of the Wild costume. Easily my favorite of the crossover characters, and I miss him a lot. But you know, at least I get to play as Cataquack in Mario Kart World. That's a fair trade, right? Next up with 91 votes, we have a very memorable and iconic character from Ocarina of Time, who straight up does not have a name. He's been around since Game 5 and he still doesn't have a name. It is the Phonogram Man. Obviously in Majora's Mask, his name is Guru Guru, but the Ocarina of Time version is a different guy who does not officially have that name. He is Phonogram Man. Definitely a rare case of an N64 NPC being more popular for their Ocarina iteration than their Majora one. Because he actually has a very important role in Ocarina as the guy who teaches you the Song of Storms in that weird time loop scenario where you taught it to him, but also you didn't know it until he taught it to you. So who actually invented the Song of Storms? Very fun, quirky, ridiculous scenario. I feel so bad for messing up this poor man's windmill, but hey, he did it to himself. Literally. Now for another Ocarina of Time character with 93 votes, it is Dampé. To be honest, I don't really know why Dampé is such a recurring face across the series. Like, that just seems so random. Is anyone really clamoring for Dampé to be in more games? Case in point, this is his most popular iteration, and he didn't even crack 100 votes. Oh well, he's a fun character. Not so much while he's alive. I think he's a lot more memorable and fun once he's dead. I mean, the grave digging tour is kind of slow and boring, but doing the race with his ghost in order to get the hookshot is pretty enjoyable. Decent character, all things considered. Next, with 95 votes, we have the Windfish. An absolutely unforgettable part of Link's Awakening, considering the whole game takes place within his dream. It's such an ethereal and chilling experience to have him finally wake up, resulting in the destruction of everything and everyone you've come to know and love on the island. He just evokes so much awe and terror, both when you learn about him, and then when you finally meet him at the end. Like, the way he talks in all caps is kind of chilling, honestly. He has a great design that's both majestic and a little unsettling. He's just an absolutely great character that really embodies what a strange and wonderful entry in the series Link's Awakening truly is. Now with 98 votes, we have Yeto from Twilight Princess. Doing quite a bit better than his wife, I will say. I think he is a bit of a stronger and funnier character, owed in large part to his booming voice, as well as the way he shoves you to the ground in order to grab ingredients off of you for his soup. Really fun guy. I love snowboarding against him, and just chilling in his house can be really nice. Special mention to when he runs in to comfort his wife after you defeat her possessed form, and then a bunch of hearts spawn around them, including the heart container. I adore that detail. And now, just barely missing out on the 100 vote threshold, we have a duo with 99 votes, those being Impa from Ocarina of Time and Robbie from Breath of the Wild. Impa in Ocarina has always felt like a bit of an underused character. Like, you don't really form any semblance of a connection to her like you do for every other sage, but she's definitely very cool, especially her design and the way she saves Zelda from Ganondorf's clutches. This was the first time in the series they ever did a younger warrior version of Impa, so she's pretty memorable for that reason. And Robbie is a very fun and helpful technical wizard. I like all the inventions he provides you with, and the little guitar riff of his when he does that point is wonderful as well. Apparently he's around 120 years old according to the Breath of the Wild art book, which is really funny. Honestly, he still moves pretty well for being that age. Cool character. And now for the characters that did breach that barrier. With 100 votes exactly, we have Telma from Twilight Princess and Zelda from A Link Between Worlds. Honestly, I kind of get the sense that most people voted for this specific Zelda because she's the one who appears in Smash Ultimate. This is another case where I genuinely can't think of much that Link Between Worlds Zelda actually does. I don't know, she's pretty cute. It's cool to see how Hilda contrasts with her. Overall, a solid version of the character. Telma is also a very capable and awesome side character from Twilight Princess. I love how her bar kind of becomes your base of operations, where after completing each dungeon, you can come back here and see where you have to go next. I like how willing she is to take in and help strangers like Ilia and Prince Raulis. I like how she has some history with Renato that isn't really elaborated on. It's just cool when characters in a Zelda game have some pre-established history you're not privy to. And I definitely can't think of any other reason a lot of you guys liked her enough to vote for her. Nope, nothing else about her design comes to mind at all. And with 101 votes, we have Purple Link from Four Swords. I feel like a lot of people voting for him had Vio from the manga in mind. I can't really think of any other reason why specifically the Purple Link from Four Swords would be this popular. I mean, cracking the 100 vote barrier, that's pretty impressive. I really do think there's just a lot of love to be found for that manga, and specifically Purple Link within it. But let's be fair here. These are technically votes for the game version of Purple Link. Shout out to him for being purple, I guess. Very cool color. It's also nice because Triforce Heroes gets rid of the fourth Link, so Purple Link is unique to the Four Swords games. Very cool. I don't know, let's move on. With 107 votes, we have two equally disgusting characters. A regular bokoblin from Breath of the Wild, and Zill from The Wind Waker. This is the little boy on Outset Island who constantly has a snot bubble coming out of his nose. What a funny, random little design trait to give him that ended up making him a very memorable character within the fandom. Like, there really isn't much to say about him other than he's the snot-nosed kid. Incredible. I don't know why the first time you go to the private oasis, the slide puzzle on the wall is a picture of Zill. Like, it gets switched out with other characters after you beat that first slide puzzle, but why is he the first one? I don't know. I guess they knew what they had with him. And the bokoblins are very memorable and fun grunts to fight against in Breath of the Wild. Great designs, fun to kill in increasingly elaborate ways. What's not to love? Moving on to 109 votes, we have Link from A Link Between Worlds and Triforce Heroes. Can I just say that I really don't like that these are officially the same Link? Like, apparently, according to the lore, after the events of Link Between Worlds, Link uses magic to disguise his face, which is why he looks like Toon Link in Triforce Heroes. That's really dumb. Why can't Triforce Heroes just be in its own separate part of the timeline, huh? Whatever. This is a fun version of Link, primarily due to his awesome wall merging ability. It's such a clever mechanic that you would probably never think of, but Nintendo thought of it, and it's super fun. I also like the contrast between Link and his Lorulian counterpart. And he's very fun in Triforce Heroes as well, with all the incredibly expressive emotes he can perform. Not to mention the costumes. Shout out to Cheerleader Link and Minecraft Link in particular. This is a fun game. You should totally play it if you have two other friends who you can also play it with their own 3DSs and copies of the game, who you can also play with in person since the online doesn't work anymore. So this applies to nobody. Sorry. Now with 111 votes, we have Pen from Tears of the Kingdom and Romani from Majora's Mask. I honestly thought Romani was gonna do a little bit better, but as we'll see later, most of the votes that probably would have gone to her went to her sister instead, which is fair. I think they're both equally great characters though, two of my absolute favorites in the game. Just the ranch in general is such a lovely area to spend time in. And the side quest where you help Romani fend off the aliens trying to abduct her cows at 3 a.m. is easily one of the most unique in the entire series. I think it's really sweet watching her tease Link a bit and call him Grasshopper. It's kinda cool that this tiny child is capable enough to recognize that there are aliens invading the ranch and formulate a plan to fend them off, all under her older sister's nose. And in general, I think it was a really novel choice to split child and adult Malon into two different characters for this game. I think their sisterly bond and the scenes you see with the two of them are incredibly sweet and interesting. I also find her disoriented state on the third day, if you don't save her from the aliens, really creepy. So yeah, overall a great character with a lot to her. Though between the two, I probably also would have voted for Cremia given the choice. Oh yeah, also there's Pen. Honestly, I've never been a huge fan of him. He always kind of felt like a sauceless replacement for Cass to me. But he definitely does have his fans, obviously. He gets around this world and he initiates a lot of side quests for you, so he's absolutely a very valuable NPC with a fun design. I like his goggles a lot. Next, with 115 votes, we have a character that, honestly, I was a little surprised to see do this poorly. I kinda thought maybe they'd have a few more fans. It is, in fact, Queen Sonia from Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, for such a major character from that game, she really didn't perform all that well. I think she's a very sweet person, and the flashback scenes where she talks to Zelda showcase some really nice camaraderie between the two. I'll admit, I don't really get that emotional in that one scene she has, and I think a lot of that is due to the bizarre, non-linear structure of the flashbacks in Tears of the Kingdom. Why couldn't we just get those memories in a certain order, no matter which geoglyph we find? Even in order, though, I can't say Sonia's a character that really does a whole lot, aside from just being the first Queen of Hyrule and Raru's wife. But at the very least, her design is very cool, and I definitely still like her, even if, yeah, at the end of the day, there isn't a whole lot to her character. Next up with 120 votes is the Postman from Twilight Princess. So definitely a bit more popular than his Majora's Mask counterpart, and it's pretty easy to see why. They just took the inherent wackiness and humor of the original Postman and really toned it up with his "Hey! Silly ass sound effects. He's also more relevant in this game since he directly delivers you letters from other characters. And I love how he'll just find you wherever you are on the map to give you said letters. I'm also a big fan of how he randomly shows up in the corner of Telma's bar. Like literally, he'll just be sitting in the corner there, not even at a table, and he'll be like, what to order? I do believe I shall start with meat. Like what an incredible weirdo. Don't let anyone ever tell you that Twilight Princess Princess is missing the charm of other Zelda games, just because of its art style. Very fun character, and I like how Link randomly gets a costume based off of him in Hyrule Warriors. Like, they really didn't need to do that, but it makes me happy. And with 123 votes, outdoing Darmani and the Deku Butler's son by a decent amount, we have Mikau from Majora's Mask. I'm not surprised that he's the most popular one of the three. He's probably the most memorable character considering the epic ballad he sings for you right before his death. It's a fun contrast to how ultra serious the same scene with Darmani's ghost was. And I like how they gave Mikau a bit of a sillier send-off. Much like Darmani though, he also gives you a really cool transformation mask. It's really powerful getting to live on as him for a bit and soothing his regrets. And plus, I mean, his design is just straight up really cool. Don't even get me started on the fishbone guitar. Like, the concept of a Zora guitarist is awesome enough. And they really did him justice with the aesthetics as well. Cool dude, rest in peace. And now, with 128 votes, we have the first Echoes of Wisdom character in a while. That being Stamp Guy. See, I don't know about you guys, but I kind of feel like Echoes of Wisdom was a bit of a disappointment in the character department. Like, even though this game came out less than a year ago, I just cannot remember that many NPCs from it. Which I can't say about other games in the series that I last played like a decade ago. I feel like very few characters from this game are really sticking and standing out in terms of the series as a whole. But I will agree that Stamp Guy is definitely an exception. What a fun oddball to find around the world. His design is really fun, as is his demeanor. I like how he has this elaborate backstory on why he's so obsessed with stamps. And like, really, how can you hate this guy? Like, his enthusiasm for stamps is just infectious. He's so quirky and a delight to find again and again around Hyrule. Next up, with 131 votes, we have the final member of the Triforce trio from Hyrule Warriors. Dominating his enemies, Link and Zelda, in the votes. That's right, it's Hyrule Warriors Ganondorf. This design is sick as hell. Taking a lot of cues from Twilight Princess Ganondorf in terms of the armor, but adding that large and elaborate mane atop his head. He's awesome. A bit standard from a character standpoint. I can't really pick out anything in particular he did in this game, but he's a ton of fun to fight against and play as. I love using the dual swords and the trident, both of them being great references to weapons he wielded in past incarnations. Pretty awesome. Alright, now let's loop back around to Echoes of Wisdom for a character with 132 votes. It is Tri. Yeah, I mean, Tri is a pretty likable companion. I don't really have any problems with her. I just wouldn't say she sticks out that much as a character. I think her name might be a little bit lazy, but I like her design and sound effects a lot. She's a pretty nice companion to Zelda throughout the game. A little bit Luma-esque, but with her own unique flair and charm. Pretty good character. Not a bad showing for her at all. Okay, I'm detecting a pattern here. We went from Echoes of Wisdom character to Ganon to Echoes of Wisdom character, and now back to Calamity Ganon with 134 votes. Okay, I'll admit, I try not to be too dismissive of characters that a lot of people vote for that I just don't see the appeal of, but I have to say, I don't quite get this. He's not exactly a character, you guys. He's just an entity you have to defeat. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's a good and threatening entity. Calamity Ganon absolutely looms over all of Hyrule in Breath of the Wild, and you're motivated to take him down. He works for what the game is. I'm just a little surprised this many people wanted to vote for him, since he's little more than a giant monster. I mean, I will say this also. The fact that he's said to have given up on reincarnation and just assumes this form of pure hatred is pretty raw. I don't know how much that makes sense, considering Ganondorf now also exists in the Breath of the Wild universe, and he was presumably down there the whole time. But whatever, I guess. A few people also voted for the Age of Calamity incarnation of Calamity Ganon, which is a little bit different, though it wasn't enough people for me to really justify separating the votes. Overall, a pretty good and palpable threat. And I guess being the main villain of the most popular Zelda game will do wonders for your share of the votes. Speaking of main villains though, with 136 votes, next up is Yuga from A Link Between Worlds. I was initially a little bit surprised that Yuga didn't crack the top 100, but then I thought about it more and yeah, this adds up. Not only does he have a lot of overlap with the previous Zelda villain from the game right before him, but he's honestly not really in the game that much. If I remember correctly, he fuses with Ganon by the end of the first act of the game, and you don't really see him that often after that. He's a fun character, always striving for artistic beauty and perfection. I love his painterly motif, and his general demeanor is enjoyable. Not to mention his incredible theme music. I'm so glad that made it into Smash. Overall, a cool villain. I just don't think he stands toe-to-toe with the series series' best antagonists. Oh boy, I've been waiting to talk about this. We have a tie for 139 votes, and you know what? I really want to build up to this second character since I found their inclusion this low on the list so hilarious. So, before we get to them, the first character, or rather species, to have 139 votes is the cuckoo. Or cuckoo, I say cuckoo, doesn't matter. Now, when we were categorizing every character, Jonathan convinced me that it might be better to group the cuckoos from every game into one slot, because there's pretty negligible differences between them in each game. I think the only one that's really significantly different is Twilight Princess, where instead of all the cuckoos attacking you, you turn into one for some reason. Not sure what that's about, but yeah. Overall, we thought it best to just put all the cuckoos in one slot. It's not like they made the top 100 anyway, so I'm not really concerned about that decision skewing the results. Anyway, yeah, cuckoos are such a fun element that only this crazy inventive series could have come up with. What if there was a chicken that sent all of its brethren to murder you if you attack it too much? I loved trying to kill these things when I was younger, and not so much nowadays. I've matured as a person. But I also love how you can cleverly use these guys to glide to places you couldn't get otherwise. I love the little side quest in Ocarina of Time where you have to retrieve all the cuckoos. I love their sound effects. They're such a wonderful mainstay of the series, and I hope they stick around forever. And now for the other character with 139 votes. A pretty major character from some of the most popular games in the series who, as you might have noticed, did not even crack the top 100. Any guesses as to who? Big surprise, it's Yunobo. Okay, I'm really sorry to all the 139 people who actually voted for him, but I just can't get over how funny this result is. I don't really like Yunobo, and I feel like this is a pretty common sentiment. I just see a ton of people complaining about him all over the internet. And like, you gotta remember too, this poll isn't including any negative votes against the character, bringing their score down. No, Yunobo genuinely just has this few amount of fans willing to vote for him. Especially compared to every other sage and champion in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, who did significantly better. So like, again, sorry to be negative, but what went wrong here? I appreciate the general idea of subverting expectations with a Goron character and making him insecure and cowardly instead of proud and mighty. Like, when I first met him in my first playthrough of Breath of the Wild, I thought, oh, that's a neat take on a Goron. And then I just never really warmed up to him any further than that. I don't hate him or anything, but I just could never find a reason to care about him. I mean, his design is kinda dumb. I just don't like how tiny and stupid his head and feet look compared to his giant fists. I will give him this. He's definitely the second most helpful sage in terms of ability in Tears of the Kingdom. I like using him to mine Zonite and occasionally take down enemies. But I just don't really like him that much. I'm sorry, I tried. I guess it was pretty fun when he became a drug lord, but then he goes back to normal and it's the same old shit. Again, sorry I'm being so mean, but like, the data supports me here. One of the major characters of the two most popular Zelda games should have done a bit better, I think. Oh well, better luck next time, Yunobo. Moving on to a character with 140 votes, we have Irene from A Link Between Worlds. I can absolutely get behind this. Irene is a very fun character, who first serves as your method of fast travel with her witch broomstick, and who then turns out to be a sage, which is a pretty fun twist the series doesn't normally do with seemingly minor NPCs like this. I like her general attitude towards Link and how she softens over time, and that first moment when you try calling her and then only the broom shows up without her, dude, that is shit your pants worthy. It's like, oh, something's really going wrong. Great character. Easily my favorite sage in Link Between Worlds, which, as incredible of a game as that is, yeah, I think we can all agree the sages are kinda weak there. But Irene is a wonderful exception. With 141 votes, hailing from Ripened Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love, we have Azusa. She is a train fanatic who is also one of Tingle's love interests, and that is all I have to say about that. I guess I'll also add that I like her design. She looks like a Paper Mario character. Pretty cool. Next with 143 votes is our regular old Guardian from Breath of the Wild. Despite just being a normal enemy, I think the Guardian absolutely deserves this number of votes. These things are easily some of the most iconic elements in in the series, evoking such insane levels of fear in any player, regardless of skill level. The Guardian also appeared in the first ever teaser for Breath of the Wild. Remember that one where Aonuma showed off the world and then it cut to a Guardian chasing Link on horseback? They've been here from the very start, and I think we can all agree they make for one of the most iconic enemies in the whole series. It is a shame they don't appear in Tears of the Kingdom, but I guess they wanted to make room for the terrifying enemy encounter of their own in the form of the Gloom Hands. Still, I think the Guardian gets the edge for me personally by a wide margin. Next up, we somehow have a three-way tie for 147 votes. I'm surprised we're still getting more than 2 characters per vote number at this point. We have Link from Spirit Tracks, Minoru from Tears of the Kingdom, and Cadence from Cadence of Hyrule. Well, Crypt of the Necrodancer really, but in terms of the series we're talking about today, Cadence of Hyrule. I can't speak too much about Spirit Tracks Link, other than I think the title Hero of Trains is absolutely incredible. No notes. Cadence is of course a very cool and memorable protagonist of her own series, and she's a pretty fun playable character in Cadence of Hyrule. I've never played the original Crypt of the Necrodancer, but I have been playing Rift of the Necrodancer lately, and that's a blast. Very cool character. And Minoru... Okay, seriously, a sage who only appeared in Tears of the Kingdom should not be doing better than fucking Yunobo, right? It's not just me who thinks that. Anyway, Minoru. Dude, I'm so glad Nintendo never spoiled the fact that you can drive a freaking mech in this game. It's not really that good or practical, but you know what? It's awesome anyway. And it's especially cool because the Sage of Spirit is inhabiting it. I like how Minoru kind of worked her way into being immortal. And she's a pretty nice character to have around. I just like the idea of a surprise 5th Sage. And while she's not my favorite character or anything, she's a welcome addition to the game. Now for a duo from Skyward Sword with 148 votes apiece. We have Impa and Demise. Okay, so spoilers for Skyward Sword, for both of these characters actually, skip ahead if you've never played it. But obviously I lumped in all the votes together for young Impa and the old one from the Sealed Grounds. They literally are the same character after all. With that said, I thought the people who voted for the Imprisoned did so with purpose that should be left separate from those who voted for Demise. I figured you like either form of that character for completely different reasons. I mean, Demise is an actually good boss fight after all. Anyway though, yeah, this is a really good depiction of Impa. Arguably the best in the whole series, since you get to see both the young warrior and the old wise mentor. She's great in both of these roles. I love the surprising bond she forms with Groose. I love how you prove yourself to young Impa after she dismisses you for being late by showing up to defend Zelda from Girahim at the mining facility. I just think this is the perfect take on the character in terms of design, personality, role in the story. I really can't say enough good things about Skyward Sword Impa. And Demise, oh man. He doesn't get a lot of screen time, but holy shit, he is monstrously intimidating. He was absolutely worth all the build-up the game laid out for him. I love his demeanor and how amused he is that humans would stand in opposition to him, so much so that he lets Link do battle with him. And what a battle it is. Easily one of the best final bosses in the whole series. Yeah, definitely a couple of great characters right here. Now, going from the first Zelda villain in the timeline to the first Zelda villain, with 150 votes, we have Ganon from the NES Legend of Zelda. Voting for this version of Ganon makes a lot more sense to me than voting for Calamity Ganon, since obviously you wouldn't expect a game this old to have riveting writing or anything. All it needs is an opposing force that you feel intimidated by and want to take down. And Ganon serves that role perfectly. An undeniably iconic villain who lays waste to Hyrule, forcing you to take the fight to him. I also like his cameo on the Zelda 2 Game Over screen. Like, how raw is that to just see Game Over, Return of Ganon? Like, damn, you really fucked up, huh? Wonderful villain. With 153 votes, we have 2 characters, those being Mamu from Link's Awakening and the Fierce Deity from Majora's Mask. Mamu is of course Wart from Super Mario Bros. 2, in a really fun cameo appearance that suits the dreamlike nature of Koholint just as well as seeing the abundance of Mario enemies does. I like how he gives you a song that can resurrect the dead, and also just look at his official artwork where he's a realistic frog in regal robes. That's amazing, I don't know what else to say. Speaking of amazing, the Fierce Deity. Technically, this is an alternate form of Link from Majora's Mask, but I figured I would give it its own slot, because I kind of lumped Deku, Goron, and Zora Link in with regular Link, since it's just him wearing a transformation mask. But people also had the option to vote for Deku Butler's son, Darmani, and Mikau. The Fierce Deity didn't really have that option, unless I counted the votes for Fierce Deity Link as votes for the Fierce Deity. I'm sure that's basically what people meant anyway. Yeah, incredible reward for getting all the masks in the game. Unbelievably iconic design, both with Link himself and that gnarly looking sword. I adore tearing Majora to shreds with this thing, and I wanted to mention one incredibly niche, awesome reference too, where in Hyrule Warriors, young Link can turn into the Fierce Deity, and one of his focus attacks features him slicing the moon in half, which is actually something the swordsman in Majora's Mask said he was gonna try and do. I never see anyone talking about that reference, but I think it's amazing. It's also great how they keep referencing it in Smash Bros. Through alternate costumes. Oh, and the lore behind this thing, the mystery surrounding it, it's all incredible. What is the Fierce Deity's relation to Majora, and why does Majora give you the Fierce Deity's mask anyway? Just so awesome on so many levels, and everyone knows it. With 165 votes, we have Impa from Hyrule Warriors. Kinda surprisingly, the second highest ranked Impa in the entire poll. One that just barely missed out on the top 100 on this list. I definitely didn't see that coming. I kind of assumed that Ocarina of Time or Skyward Sword Impa were more popular than this one. Hell, she did better than Hyrule Warriors Link and Zelda somehow, which is nuts. It is entirely possible some people thought they were voting for Age of Calamity Impa instead. I mean, the drop-down menu in the poll had those two games as two separate options, so you know, that's on you guys. Or it's possible that the OG Hyrule Warriors Impa really is this popular. I mean, her design is pretty unique and cool. Her weapons are pretty fun to use. Story-wise, I don't think she did anything too terribly different from any other Impa, but overall, yeah, she's just cool. A pretty good representation of the general young warrior Impa archetype in this series. And now for the final two characters who just barely did not make the top 100. It was incredibly close. In fact, they're both one vote off from tying with the actual 100th place character. I don't know, I do kind of like that we have a nice even 100 and there's no ties whatsoever. So these were necessary sacrifices. Regardless, with 166 votes each, we have Suga from Age of Calamity and just a regular old Korok from Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I kinda get why this generic race is just as popular as actual legit characters. I mean, regardless of how you reveal each one, if you talk to one Korok, you've talked to them all. With that said, that little yahaha never gets old. It's always such a treat. It was a really smart idea to bring them back as these tiny little spirits scattered all across this vast overworld. It really encourages you to interact with the world more, since uncovering secrets will reward you with a cute little jingle and an adorable little forest boy. Oh, and an item that you can use to upgrade your inventory space. That's kind of important too. Great little guys. And Suga did pretty well for himself despite only appearing in this one spin-off not that many people have played. I don't have a ton to say about him other than he's just cool. His more serious, badass demeanor is a great contrast to Master Koga. And I love that little cutscene of Koga taking him in as a boy and giving him a banana. Strangely wholesome. I haven't unlocked Suga as a playable character yet, so I can't really speak on how fun he is to play as, but he's certainly a more than solid antagonist in this game. And with that, we have officially reached the top 100. The characters from here on out are the true legends of Zelda. So, kicking off the top 100 with 167 votes, we have the first ever 3D Zelda dungeon himself, the Ocarina of Time Great Deku Tree. This is the highest ranked Great Deku Tree on this list, which I don't think comes as a surprise. When I think of the Great Deku Tree, this is the version I think of first. I mean, he's the one who kicks off the entire game, right? He's the first character who ever talks in Ocarina of Time. He's the one who tells Link he's gotta go on this quest. He's literally the first place Link explores, being the first dungeon of the game and all. Speaking of which, I always thought it was a nice subtle touch how the first dungeon in the original NES Zelda is inside a tree with a face, and then the same is true for Ocarina of Time, but with more context and story weight behind it. Again, it's like poetry, sort of, they rhyme. But yeah, I like how this guy speaks in ye old medieval English, something no one else in Ocarina of Time does if I'm not mistaken. That's just kind of funny. And I always get really bummed out when he tells me he was doomed before I started destroying the curse. His death is a good, strong initial motivator to want to fight Ganon. Like, no one kills my beloved tree guardian grandpa and gets away with it. Yeah, overall, I just think he's a very cool character we maybe take for granted a little bit. So I'm really glad he just snuck into the top 100. Next up, the 99th most popular Zelda character with 172 votes is a Goomba. Yeah, I mean, it's a Goomba. This is, in fact, a real Zelda enemy since it appeared in Link's Awakening. Honestly, I'm not surprised at all that the Goomba made the top 100 on this list. You guys are completely valid for voting for him. The only thing I really have to say is that I think it's cool how Goombas always drop a heart if you kill them by stomping on them. It's like, here's your reward for killing them the way God intended. Neat. Alright, now we've got a cool one. I'm honestly so happy this character, did as well as they did. In 98th place, with 173 votes, we have Ben Drowned. Oh man, I'm so glad this many people remember this. This was like the formative creepypasta of my childhood. Long story short, for those who don't know, Ben Drowned is a creepypasta revolving around a Majora's Mask cartridge that was haunted by the titular Ben, a child who drowned and took the form of the already creepy enough Elegy of Emptiness statue in-game, causing a ton of spooky looking glitches to occur. And what's so cool about this is that the creator of the creepypasta, Jaduzable, actually provided videos of what Ben was doing to the game instead of just describing them via text. And yeah, I don't know, they looked really convincing to my 12-year-old brain. It really did feel like Ben Drowned was everywhere back in the day. And I feel like it led to a lot of renewed interest in Majora's Mask as a whole during that 2011-2012 era online. And I feel like with this creepypasta, Jaduzable really managed to imprint Ben Drowned onto the image of the Elegy of Emptiness statue forever. Like, I don't think I'm the only one who looks at the statue to this day and immediately thinks, oh, it's Ben Drowned. That's kind of like what I did with Tamatoa now that I think about it. But yeah, really cool creepypasta. I'm glad so many people look back fondly on it to this day. Now for 97th place with 179 votes, it's Teba. Teba's a bit of an odd case to me because he was introduced in Breath of the Wild as the new Rito Sage, but he just never really left that much of an impression on me, or a ton of other people from what I can tell. He just felt very aloof and almost like a placeholder character. Like something about him just seemed a bit off to me in Breath of the Wild. Then by the time Tears of the Kingdom rolls around, he basically gets replaced as the Rito Sage by his son Tulin. It's like the writers kind of just admitted defeat with him and said, yeah, we have no idea how to make him interesting. With that said, he clearly has a good amount of fans, making it into the top 100 and all. Like, dude, he still did better than Yunobo, who was the sage in both games. That's hysterical. And my friend wanted me to specifically mention that he's one of the best characters to play as in Age of Calamity. That probably also boosted his score since I lumped those votes in together. But yeah, Teba's chill overall. Not really a character I think about all that much, despite how important he seems to be from the get-go. But I think he's pretty alright. Dude, anyone who gave us Tulin is okay in my book. And coming on in at 96th place with 185 votes, we have King Rome Bosphorus Hyrule from Breath of the Wild. Also known as just King Rome, also known as the Old Man. A very significant and memorable character considering he's the first NPC you encounter in Breath of the Wild. And for a while, he's the only one. He's a great new age tribute to that original old man from the NES Legend of Zelda. It's nice having him around to guide you and teach you about various mechanics across the Great Plateau, like chopping down trees to form bridges. And of course, it's a really novel twist that he's the ghost of the long-dead King of Hyrule and Zelda's father. He obviously has a lot of regrets throughout his life in terms of how he treated Zelda, and it's interesting to see him come to terms with his mistakes and try and redeem himself by guiding you in your quest to defeat Ganon. A very cool character and an important part of the most popular Zelda game. It's easy to see why he did so well. Next up is a tie for 94th place with 187 votes apiece. We have Burn from Spirit Tracks and Conde from Echoes of Wisdom. Aww, I love Conde. I've kind of made it clear that I'm not really a big fan of Echoes of Wisdom's characters. I think this is generally one of the most standard and boring casts in the entire Zelda series. And I guess maybe you guys agree, since despite how recent and fresh in our minds the game is, only 2 of its characters made the top 100. But with that said, none of my criticisms of this game's characters apply to Conde. He is precious. He is lovable. I was so invested in him missing his brother. I love how he's the first Yeti we've seen since Twilight Princess. I really just have nothing but good things to say about Conde. He's the only instance of the writing and character work in Echoes of Wisdom really firing on all cylinders and making for a super memorable and endearing Zelda NPC that may end up standing the test of time. Who knows? As for Burn, I haven't played Spirit Tracks, so I don't know much about him, but my girlfriend told me he's an incredibly cool antagonist with an awesome redemption arc, a killer theme, and just overall astounding levels of aura. He seems like an awesome character, and I'll undoubtedly play his game once I get my hands on a copy. And in 93rd place with 189 votes, we have another unfathomably sweet character. Maybe even sweeter than Conde. It is Link's grandma from The Wind Waker. Maybe I'm just a little biased because I am, in fact, a grandma's boy, but I just love Link's grandma, man. She is so damn lovable and caring. Just the fact that you come back to Outset at one point and find her sick in bed, having a nightmare about you and your sister leaving her all alone. Then you heal her with a fairy and she's so happy to see you and she makes you soup. Like, come on, that is so precious. I always look forward to that moment anytime I replay Wind Waker. She's just a wonderful, supportive family member to have waiting for you back home. I love how she's the only one raising you. Just, man, I have nothing but good things to say about her as well. Awesome character. Now for a character who is indeed from Zelda, but for a while when collecting and reviewing the data, didn't show up in the top 100 since the thing he was from was a write-in answer, and everyone wrote slightly different names for it. But the people have spoken, and like I said, he definitely counts for the purposes of this list. In 92nd place, with 197 votes, we have Link from The Legend of Zelda cartoon. Also known as the guy who says, "Well, excuse me, princess." Obviously a rather odd interpretation of Link, but one that a lot of people clearly have a ton of ironic enjoyment for. Hell, I get it. With that said, I'm more partial to that other odd talking Link interpretation that inspires a ton of ironic enjoyment. I don't know if I have room in my heart for two of them. So I've never really been huge on this guy or looked into him that much, but you can't deny he's a very goofy, comedic, so bad he's good take on the character, with an unbelievably iconic catchphrase to boot. Next, in 91st place, with 198 votes, we have a rather minor Breath of the Wild NPC. It's honestly really impressive she made the top 100, considering you can beat the game without even knowing she exists. I guess that's most characters in the game if you go straight to Ganon though. But regardless, this spot goes to Magda, the lady from that one shrine who gets mad at you if you trample on her flowers. Also known as Flower Blight Ganon by a lot of the fan base. I genuinely never heard that nickname before until doing this poll. I started seeing a ton of votes for just Flower Blight Ganon, and I was like, is this some YouTuber in-joke I don't know about? But no, that's just a common fan name for the lady who furiously attacks you if you step on her flowers. I mean, yeah, it is a pretty funny and unique shrine challenge. I definitely get the appeal. I guess I'm just a little shocked she got this many votes. Like, for such a large game where almost every shrine is completely optional, the fact that this many people remember this one lady from this one shrine is incredibly surprising and neat. Like, the character ranked right above her is also from Breath of the Wild, and him ranking this high makes sense to me since there were just more aspects to his character, both in terms of his personality and his functionality in-game. But this lady, I mean, she kind of just is this one joke, right? Like, that's all she has. Oh well. At the end of the day, it is an extremely funny one joke, so yeah, I kind of get why she's this high. Anyway, like I teased, this next character with one more vote than Magda is still definitely a side character, but a much more prominent one that I'm not as surprised to see this high. In 90th place, with 199 votes, we have Bolson. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to deny that Bolson is one of the most memorable Breath of the Wild NPCs. The man is very flamboyant, you know. He certainly leaves an impression just based on his mannerisms and how he speaks. But on top of that, he's the head of the Bolson Construction Company, which is, of course, the focus of a lot of memorable side quests in Breath of the Wild, as well as the source of that running gag where everyone working for him has to have a name ending in son. That's pretty funny. I like how even after you buy a house from him, he still just squats on what's supposed to be your property now. Classic. I like his little dance. I think it's sweet how he attends Hudson's wedding. And it's nice how Tears of the Kingdom gives him a new side quest where he helps to rebuild Lorelyn Village. He's great. I honestly don't know if he stirred up any legitimate controversy for being kind of a gay stereotype. I mean, most of the time when I see discussion of him online, it's pretty much all positive. So yeah, I don't know what else to add. Bolson is great. Not quite the fan favorite member of his own construction company though. We'll get to them in a little bit. Now for 89th place, breaking the 200 vote barrier with 203 votes, we have Salvatore from The Wind Waker. I'm honestly really happy Salvatore did so well. He's always been one of the absolute funniest and most memorable Zelda NPCs to me. Just the fact that he looks so bored when you first visit his minigame stands, and then he suddenly gets so into it with the face cutouts and all the voices and sound effects he does. Just, oh my god, he cracks me up. I think the real cherry on top with him is how if you visit him at night, he'll be sleeping and his face will actually be inside a sleeping cutout with pajamas and everything. Like, that is such stellar attention to detail. Honestly, I feel like he deserves to be a recurring face in the Zelda series just as much as Tingle and Beetle do. I would love for him to keep popping up and do more wacky shenanigans. He was pretty fun in Phantom Hourglass too, and I like his minigame there a lot. Not much more to say except kaboom and sploosh. Next up with 209 votes in 88th place, a character I'm definitely really happy to see do so well. It's Anju from Majora's Mask. Obviously, a ton of people are incredibly fond of her amazing side quest with Cafe. I'm pretty sure if you polled most Zelda fans and asked them what's the single greatest side quest in the entire series, I don't think anything would be topping the Cafe and Anju one. Not only is it emotionally fulfilling at the end, but it's just such a compelling interpersonal conflict throughout. And a large part of that is the incredible despair and doubt Anju feels at the beginning, which gives way to confidence and belief in her fiancé by the end. I also think Anju really sticks out because I'd argue she feels the most like a real person out of any NPC in Clocktown. Not just because of the side quest, but because of all the little optional scenes you get with her. There's a scene where she tries to feed her grandma and gets into an argument with her. There's a scene you can only see if you steal a Goron's hotel reservation and go into his room at a precise time on the second day, and you can overhear Anju talking to her mother and grappling with her doubts over abandoning Clocktown and Cafe. She just lives such a detailed and rich life. And it feels so rewarding to follow her routine and help her in any way you can. Not bad for a character whose counterpart in Ocarina of Time is just named Cuckoo Lady, and whose purpose is to have cuckoos. Definite upgrade here in Majora's Mask. Okay, so this is one of the funniest situations in this whole poll to me. I'm just gonna say right off the bat, the next character we're gonna talk about is Cremia from Majora's Mask. And for the longest time, as me and Jonathan counted the votes, she and Anju were tied at 209 apiece. And I thought that was just the sweetest thing. You know, these two are best friends, and they both got an equal number of votes. But then towards the very end, we found one misspelled vote for Cremia that put her over the top and led to her having 210 votes. Well, okay, she's not tied with her best friend anymore, but they're still right next to each other. That's sweet, right? It probably would be, except now Cremia is tied with another character from Majora's Mask who received 210 votes. And this is significantly less sweet than her previous tie. Joining her at the joint 86th place with 210 votes, we have the Toilet Hand from Majora's Mask, colloquially known as question mark, question mark, question mark. So yeah, Cremia is on the same level to you people as a disembodied hand in a toilet. I'm really happy that both of these characters did so well, for completely different reasons, I should add. I mean, like I was saying earlier with Romani, I think the Ranch Girls are two of my favorite side characters in not only Majora's Mask, but the entire series. And Cremia in particular is so cool to me. I love that down-to-earth conversation you have as you ride in her wagon before you have to protect her milk from the Gorman brothers. She's just such a cool character to spend time with and get to know. And it's pretty awesome to get recognition from her that you've become an adult. I'm sure a lot of people are fond of that hug she gives you as well. I wonder why. I also really like the scenes with her on the last day where she admits to you that she knows they're not safe on the ranch and says, that's life, I guess. There are some things you can't change no matter how hard you try. It's such a memorable, solemn moment of begrudging acceptance of impending doom. And don't even get me started on the last scene with her where she tells Romani to sleep in her bed after giving her the Chateau Romani for the first and last time. Much like Anju, she just feels like such a realistic and pragmatic, real person, rather than just a glorified spewer of text boxes. But who gives a shit about her when we have the toilet hand, baby? An all-time classic weird-ass Zelda character. I am so happy that this thing is never explained. I love the fact that it has the exact same voice as Mikau for some reason. Just what a good character. Obviously, Skyward Sword redid and expanded on the concept, but I think it honestly works better with question mark over here. The more elaboration you give this concept, the less funny it is. So this right here is absolutely perfect. No notes. Now for a trio with the same number of votes. I'm definitely surprised we're still getting these at this point. All claiming the title of 83rd place with 220 votes. We have Sia from Hyrule Warriors, Teriko from Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, and Beetle specifically from Skyward Sword. Sia is a pretty solid villain. I think it's a little lame that her primary motivation is being infatuated with Link, but like I said in his segment earlier, I do kinda get it. It's pretty neat lore-wise how she was split in half from Lana. Her gameplay style is pretty fun, and her design is, well, certainly memorable. Pretty risque, even by Zelda standards, but yeah, overall a good character. Teriko is adorable, and I love seeing him follow you around in battles. He is, of course, extremely crucial in terms of being the reason why Age of Calamity happens at all. Traveling back in time to the first Calamity to get Ganon off the menu. I know a lot of people were obviously very unhappy with how Teriko alters the events of the game and makes it non-canon. And while I kind of agree with that, I think it is pretty novel that this one tiny little egg boy can single-handedly save the lives of all these champions and alter fate. Plus, he's extremely cute, let's be real. As for Skyward Sword Beetle, I'm not all that surprised that this is the least popular of the 3D Beetles. But with that said, I think he might be my favorite out of all of them. He's definitely the most creative and well-rounded one. I mean, the other ones have a boat and a backpack. Meanwhile, this one has a whole-ass flying airship. That's super fun. I love how he just throws you out via trapdoor if you don't buy anything. That's always hysterical. I love how his dialect is apparently different at nighttime. You know, it's like he puts on a YouTuber voice when he's running the shop. I especially love the side quest where he loses his prized bug and you have to rescue it from one of Groos's friends. Like I said, very well-rounded and developed take on the character. Plus, he still has all the funny voice lines you know and love from him in Wind Waker. I'm a big fan. And with 222 votes in 82nd place, we have the Bug Princess herself, Agatha from Twilight Princess. Agatha legitimately terrifies me. Like, the shit she says about the bugs you get her is deeply unsettling. The way she'll ominously whisper, "I know you have bugs," if you try and leave her castle without giving her your latest finds. Oh my god. Deeply alarming, but in a fun and memorable way. Agatha absolutely sticks out compared to the other Twilight Princess NPCs. She's very bizarre, but also legitimately helpful, offering you 50 rupees for each bug you give her, as well as a wallet upgrade. It's super useful to keep going back to her to get the money to fund Malo Mart. And of course, we have to mention her shocking joke character playable appearance in Hyrule Warriors. Genuinely such an insane choice, but I think a worthwhile inclusion. I don't love her playstyle, but it is pretty funny seeing her summon giant bugs to do her bidding and whack enemies with her parasol. Fun character, if a bit scary. Coming on in with 224 votes in 81st place, we have my guy. One of my personal favorite Breath of the Wild characters, who clearly is beloved by a lot of other people. It's Hudson. I think that Terrytown side quest in Breath of the Wild is a sleeper pick for one of the absolute best side quests in the franchise. I mean, sure, a lot of it is just gathering wood, but very few things you do in the series feel as rewarding to me as helping this guy build an entire town from the ground up, and getting to see him find love along the way and getting married. Honestly, Hudson's wedding scene might just be my favorite moment in the entirety of Breath of the Wild. For a game that's mostly about isolation and just pitting you against the world, this is one of those beautiful character moments I wish we could have gotten more of. Such a great sense of community in Tarrytown since you and Hudson built it together. I also just love the guy's demeanor and how he's a man of few words. He expresses so much character through all the short responses he gives you. And I was thrilled to see his role expanded in Tears of the Kingdom as the guy responsible for helping to rebuild Hyrule with his new construction company. I also love his interactions with his daughter, they're so sweet. And he also builds all those monster statues for you based on the pictures you take. Is there anything Hudson can't do? He's always been one of my absolute favorite NPCs in the whole series. I love the guy. Glory to Hudson Construction Company. And next up, with 230 votes in 80th place, we have Zelda from the original Legend of Zelda on NES. Don't have a ton to say. She was the OG who only appears in this one game. She doesn't really do that much, but I assume a lot of people voted for her just as a way of voting for Zelda in general across the entire series. She's the cornerstone from which every other incarnation of Zelda sprang from, and it's very rewarding to rescue her at the end of this long and harrowing adventure. Good for her for making the top 100. But with that said, the original Zelda is not as popular of a Zelda character as this next, completely legitimate character for the purposes of this poll. With 234 votes, the completely 100% valid choice for the 79th most popular Zelda character of all time is Sonic the Hedgehog, famous for his appearance in the Sonic Lost World Legend of Zelda DLC. In case you haven't been blessed with the knowledge that this exists, yes, Sonic Lost World on Wii U had 2 different DLC zones based on Nintendo properties, one of which being a Yoshi-themed zone, and the other being, you guessed it, Zelda-themed. It is deeply surreal to watch footage of this thing and realize, no, this isn't a ROM hack. This is an officially licensed level in a Sonic game where Sonic is able to run around Hyrule Field, collect rupees, and fight Octoroks and Stall Children, all while dressed as Link. To this day, I still can't believe this is a real thing. But yeah, it's led to Sonic once again getting a spot in the top 100 of a poll of mine. Hell, 79th place is a lot higher than 97th place, which is what he got on the Mario poll. I can kinda understand that. I feel like it's a lot funnier to vote for Sonic here than it was in the Mario poll. But yeah, shout out to the insanely popular Zelda character, Sonic the Hedgehog. Even Mario didn't make the top 100 on this ranking. Next up, in a tie for 77th place with 245 votes apiece, we have Tattle from Majora's Mask, and Zelda from Faces of Evil and Wand of Gamelon. Okay, let's start with the fairy. So, Tattle is the least popular 3D Zelda companion, and that makes a lot of sense. I personally think she's a much better character than Navi, but you can't deny that Navi is way more iconic. You know, Tattle's just kinda Navi too. But I really like her. I think it's cool how she starts off so antagonistic and abrasive, and then she slowly starts to warm up to you and become kinder in general over the course of the game. I like a lot of her flavor text, like when you see Pamela hugging her father and Tattle's like, "Leave them be, don't you get it? You're so insensitive." She just has a lot of personality, and her commentary on everything makes exploring Termina all the more interesting. Plus, she's a lot less intrusive and annoying than Navi, and she has a nice connection to her brother Tail and the Skull Kid. I think she's a very good companion and a pretty underrated character. I guess she is a bit easy to forget about compared to some of the other major characters in Majora's Mask. Like I said, this placement makes sense, but yeah, I'm still happy she has a good amount of fans. As for CDI Zelda, you know what? I'll say this. Echoes of Wisdom was a little behind the curves, because this was obviously the first ever playable appearance of Zelda in a single-player adventure. CDI Zelda just has this undeniable fantasy charm to her. Like, something about her design and voice evokes this wonderfully corny era of fairy tale adaptations really well. I think it's genuinely really cool that they gave her her own starring role in Wand of Gamelon, and I enjoy her general attitude, even if she can come off as a bit rude and dismissive to Link at times. She doesn't have a plethora of iconic lines compared to some of the other CDI characters. Well, aside from good in response to someone saying she killed them. Unbelievably badass. Yeah, you know what? Fuck you guys, I'll say it. I think this is a pretty good interpretation of the character. Not good in an ironic sense like Link is. I think she's actually legitimately really cool. I don't know, what do you want from me? But yeah, obviously she is far from the last CDI character we'll see in the top 100. There are others with far more prominent meme lines coming up. Next up, with 252 votes in 76th place, it is the Hero's Shade from Twilight Princess. Now, technically this is the same character as Ocarina of Time Link, according to Hyrule Historia, but I felt like this is one of those instances where I should definitely count them separately. Like, you're not voting for the Hero's Shade for the same reasons you would vote for the Hero of Time. But yeah, just what a cool character. Like, even if you don't know his identity, just having this mysterious skeletal phantom show up and teach you cool new sword abilities is just an awesome concept. But then, of course, the main draw with this guy is the fact that this is the Hero of Time, and he has actual characterization and dialogue, getting to directly meet and interact with another incarnation of Link. Just wow, what an incredible idea. It is pretty raw to get canon confirmation that the Hero of Time did in fact die with regrets. You know, you might even say that he met with a terrible fate, waka waka. But honestly, I feel like that's tragically kind of appropriate for the Link who, I'd argue, experienced the most horrors and hardships in the games we see him in. Like, it's hard to come out of the events of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask completely unscathed, I feel. But yeah, I only hope getting to pass his moves on to the Hero of Twilight gave him some comfort, ultimately. Awesome character, who we will technically be talking about more later on. And dancing on into the top 75 with 256 votes, we have Darunia from Ocarina of Time. A pretty fun and memorable character. I don't think anyone who's played this game will ever forget this stern Goron warrior suddenly breaking it down when you play Saria's song in front of him. It's such an endearing moment, and it's so sweet to have him call you his sworn brother. It's also cool meeting him again 7 years later, and not only helping him save the imprisoned Gorons, but also finding out that he named his son after you. Are you kidding me? That's awesome. I love the guy, and I also wanted to give special mention to how he finally gets to use the hammer in Hyrule Warriors. I remember seeing that the first time and thinking, oh yeah, that thing is a Goron heirloom, I forgot. Yeah, fun character. And now, tied for 73rd place is a duo who also hails from Ocarina of Time. With 265 votes each, we have yet another sage from that game, Ruto, as well as Epona. Ruto's fun since she's one of the first characters in the series to just completely fall for Link romantically. She's kind of a precursor to Mipha in that regard, on top of just being, you know, a Zora princess sage. I think it's pretty fun carrying her around and throwing her at enemies in Jabu Jabu's belly. She's the first companion you ever have in a dungeon, which is neat. And I think the whole plotline about her getting betrothed to you on a whim when you're both kids, and then seeing her when you're both adults after you disappeared for 7 years, it's pretty bittersweet how she still loves you, but you both have responsibilities to save the world and can't be together. I mean, I was always more of a Link x Malin truther anyway, so I'm not that broken up about it, but Ruto is still a really good character. Definitely one of the Ocarina of Time stages you get the most emotionally attached to. As for Epona, this is easily the version of her with the most votes, which makes sense. Even though she was better fleshed out as a gameplay mechanic in Twilight Princess, absolutely nothing tops her iconic status in Ocarina of Time. Like, when you think of the game, you probably think of that beautiful title screen of Link riding her. Which is interesting because Epona is actually completely optional in this game. You don't have to get her, but it just feels so freeing to do so. It gives you reassurance that you really do have what it takes to navigate this hellscape of a world you woke up to find yourself in. She's also a very nice addition to Majora's Mask. Just an absolute icon of a horse. It's impossible to deny. Now for someone with 281 votes in 72nd place, perhaps one of the most terrifying demonic entities in the entire series. This spot, of course, goes to Mallow from Twilight Princess. I mean, this is just straight up one of the funniest Zelda characters to ever exist. Why is he a baby who talks in such a sinister and blunt manner? Is he even a baby? How old is he? How does he have so much entrepreneurial skills to the point where he can open a successful store in a relative ghost town and raise enough funds to purchase a new storefront in Castle Town? Who even thought of having a baby character do this? I am just so unbelievably terrified of Mallow. Even before I played Twilight Princess and just saw his trophy in Brawl. It's like, why did they create such an unnerving entity with this guy? What was the reasoning behind him? I don't know, and I don't even want to know. He's just easily one of my favorite Twilight Princess NPCs. It's always a delight talking to him and seeing what crazy thing will pop out of his mouth next. And the Malamart music goes unbelievably hard. Alright, surely the next character we have to talk about is a lot less weird, right? So in 71st place with 297 votes, squalala, it's Guanum. Guanum is so great. Kind of the unsung hero of Faces of Evil, considering he's with you the whole game. He's a great guide to Link, and like every other CDI character, he's just so delightfully memeable and exploitable. Some of my personal favorite syllables to hear out of him are come and you. Just another top-notch dumbass voice attached to a great dumbass character. Honestly, until doing this poll, I had no idea that he was only ever in Faces of Evil, and never actually appeared in Wand of Gamelon. His role as the wise guide character gets completely overtaken by Impa, which is a shame because I think these CDI games are honestly at their best when they have to give us completely original characters and just let their unbridled creativity and uniqueness really shine through. Guanum and his stupid flying carpet are a delight through and through. And if I ever play this game, I can't wait to get the vision to find his house. Now we've reached the top 70 and the 300 vote barrier. So in 70th place with 301 votes, it's Paya from Breath of the Wild. I honestly had no idea she was so popular. I mean, I like her enough, but damn, she has quite the fan base. A lot of that probably comes from just how expressive she is, both in how flustered she gets around Link and how distraught she is in that one shrine quest where the orb gets stolen. It's also a great contrast to see how much more confident she is in Tears of the Kingdom after she's promoted to chief of Kakariko Village. She really comes a long way in between the games. I'm sure a lot of people also ship her with Link, which probably plays a role in her popularity. Honestly, I'm just speculating though. This is one of the rare characters here in the top 100 that I don't really think about that much, even though I do like her and think she's sweet. Reading her diary is pretty fun too. And with 302 votes in 69th place, we have Cafe from Majora's Mask. Cafe ranking quite a bit higher than Anju makes sense to me. He's definitely the member of the pair you spend more one-on-one time with. You learn about his plight and agree to help him, and that takes the form of the two of you sneaking around Seikon's hideout to get the Sun Mask back, even giving you the chance to play as Cafe. For like 1 minute, but it's still pretty cool. I think what makes Cafe so great and puts him above Anju is how beaten down he gets by the world, and yet he still perseveres. He got turned into a child, and his wedding mask got stolen, and yet he basically takes matters into his own hands and formulates a plan to catch Seikon and get his mask back. He's basically the exact opposite of every other quest-giving Zelda NPC, where you pretty much have to solve their entire problem on your own. Here, Cafe is the man with a plan, and you're just there to assist him. I think this element of the Cafe Anju side quest especially makes it stick out just as much as the emotional ending does. Like, they just feel like real people going through a real struggle, rather than just being NPCs here to give you something else to do in the game. I also love the quest's ending, of course. And in general, I think Cafe has one of the most iconic designs in Majora's Mask, particularly his purple hair and Khitan mask. Yeah, he's fantastic. Obviously a Majora's Mask fan favorite for a reason. Now for a character with 310 votes in 68th place, don't you dare bring light to his lair, it's Ganon from Faces of Evil and Wand of Gamelon. Yeah, I mean, definitely the funniest depiction of Ganon out there. It's hard to deny how iconic "You must die" and "or else you will die" are. A lot of quotes about dying from this guy. Not to mention, "Not into the pits, it burns!" Sorry for doing nothing but quoting him right now, but that's kind of all CDI Ganon is, right? Like, he is these quotes and not much else. I'm not complaining about that, by the way. I love this dude. He's great. Shout out to the way he says, "your face." It just cracks me up every time. Hey, listen to this. In 67th place with 322 votes, it's Navi. This is about what I expected for her. Obviously, Navi was pretty infamous back in the day for being kind of annoying and offering pretty unhelpful advice. I will literally be on the trail to Death Mountain and Navi will chime in like, "Hey, hey, why don't we go to Death Mountain? So that's fun. I feel like we're all just kind of over the Navi hate at this point, though. I mean, you gotta acknowledge what an iconic part of Ocarina of Time she is. Her infamous voice clips have been joked about and referenced in so many things now. It's just impossible to forget her. I don't necessarily dislike her, especially not for the same reasons people did back in the day. But I don't really care for her solely because she is the simplest 3D Zelda partner with the least personality. I know she's the first partner in the whole series, but there's still just not much there compared to every other 3D Zelda partner, all of which outdid her in the poll besides Tattle. I think my favorite Navi moment is in the final battle when she says, "This time, we fight together." And then as soon as you ask for advice for fighting Ganon, she says, "I really have no idea what his weak point is." Never change, Navi, never change. She's not a favorite of mine, but I understand the appeal, and I can't deny she's iconic. Next up is a tie for 65th place. With 334 votes apiece, we have Lana from Hyrule Warriors and Tingle from the freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land game. You know, to this day, I don't think I've ever fully processed the fact that Tingle was the star of his own spin-off sub-series that never made it to North America. The first game was released in the UK though. There is an official English localization, which I actually didn't know before doing this video. But yeah. I mean, how can you guys not vote for the tantalizing, starring Tingle incarnation that this game provided us? I would talk about him more, but, I kinda don't want to. I talked about the Tingle game more today than I think I need to do for the rest of my life. Anyway though, Lana, a really cute and fun OC from the OG Hyrule Warriors. I definitely prefer her over Sia, not just in terms of design and personality, but also gameplay. Her sorcery book can be pretty fun to use. I also really like her alternate outfit based on the Skull Kid. I don't know, just overall a really fun and worthwhile addition to Hyrule Warriors. And in 64th place with 339 votes, we have the incarnation of Link that debuted right before the N64. Whoops. He is from A Link to the Past. And not just that, but this Link has the distinction of being the incarnation with the most playable appearances in the series, being the hero of not only Link to the Past, but Link's Awakening, Oracle of Ages, and Oracle of Seasons as well. So it's no surprise that a Link with that resume would do pretty well. I think his quest in A Link to the Past is pretty compelling, having to avenge his uncle and fulfill his mission to save Zelda. I like how he becomes a bunny in the Dark World, that's pretty fun and unique. And I especially love his starring turn in Link's Awakening. The whole game is kind of this ultimate test of morality in terms of what's the right thing to do. Wake the Windfish or keep living the dream with all of Koholint's inhabitants. It can't have been easy on Link's psyche to do what he did. But yeah, I love all his interactions with Marin, I love his expressiveness in the photos you take in the Game Boy version exclusively. I also just love his design in the remake, so cute and toy-like. Yeah, this Link has really done it all, and there's a lot to love about him in his numerous appearances. Moving on to 63rd place with 346 votes, it's Zelda from Echoes of Wisdom. Unsurprisingly, she is the highest ranked Echoes of Wisdom character, as well as the only one besides Conde to make the top 100. I wouldn't say she's a particularly memorable character, it's mainly just the appeal of playing as Zelda in a mainline game, and seeing how the world reacts to meeting you. The best thing about this Zelda though is her abilities. It's super fun making echoes and becoming this cool sorcerer princess. It really emphasizes her wisdom more than any other Zelda, since you have to figure out the best echo to use for any situation yourself. And it's easy to admire just how capable this Zelda is, and how much she gets things done. I mean, she literally saves Link and Hyrule in this game. It's hard for the other Zeldas to compete with that. Overall, a really fun protagonist gameplay-wise, and it's just great to finally get Zelda as the lead of a Zelda game. You know, aside from Wand of Gamelon, which obviously counts. And in 62nd place with 347 votes, it's Hestu from Breath of the Wild. I feel like Hestu is just an easy character to love. His massive girth compared to every other Korok, his incredible dance moves, his incredible practicality as the guy who upgrades your weapon inventory and gives an actual use to the 900 Korok seeds scattered throughout the world. There's just so many reasons to appreciate Hestu. I will say, it can be a bit of a hassle remembering where he is in the world before he finally makes it back to the forest, but that's a minor issue. He's just a fun guy with a cool design and some killer maracas. I have tragically heard that he's one of the worst characters in Age of Calamity, which is a shame. It's always funniest when a joke character is one of the best characters to play as, but the fact that he's playable at all is exciting enough on its own. And with 350 votes in 61st place, we now got Impa from Breath of the Wild. Easily the most popular version of Impa, and much like her incarnation in a certain other game, I kinda lumped all the votes for young and old Impa together. Young Impa, of course, only appearing in Age of Calamity, but, you know, it's the same person after all. I like her enough in that game. She doesn't have my favorite playstyle, but she's still pretty cool. And I like her a lot in Breath of the Wild as a link to your past, so to speak. It's kinda mind-blowing to reach Kakariko and meet this old lady who remembers you from 100 years ago. And I like her little quest in Tears of the Kingdom to investigate the geoglyphs and ride in a bunch of balloons. I like her little bits with her granddaughter, Paya, as well. Pretty good take on the character. And with 369 votes in 60th place, we have another guide character to this particular incarnation of Link. That being Rauru from Tears of the Kingdom. I like how he's kind of completely overtaken Ocarina of Time Rauru in terms of cultural relevance and name association. Like, as iconic as Ocarina of Time is, its version of Rauru is some random old guy who's more well known for his owl form that has a completely different name. This Rauru is a lot cooler to me. I find his interactions with you in the tutorial area of the game really intriguing. It absolutely makes me want to learn more about his history and what kind of king he was. He's an interesting character in the flashback scenes, and despite being blinded by a bit of arrogance when it came to dealing with Ganondorf, he obviously really came in clutch with that sacrifice, stealing Ganondorf away for so long. Hell, he also comes in clutch by letting you borrow his arm for the whole game. Just an awesome dude overall, with a really neat design and a lot of relevance to the plot and world of the game. Next up, with 399 votes, narrowly missing the 400 threshold, in 59th place, we have the old man from the original NES Zelda. Famous for giving you a sword and saying, "It's dangerous to go alone, take this." And that's it. Obviously an incredibly simple character, but one of the most iconic in all of gaming. I mean, he is the first ever Zelda NPC, and he provides you with the most crucial tool you'll need in this entire game. Hell, the fact that he's completely optional and you can just skip talking to him entirely kinda adds to the game as a whole. Like, oh, you can straight up go anywhere in this game and you don't need to grab the sword to progress. With that said, good luck without it. Yeah, I mean, this guy and his 2 lines of dialogue are some of the most iconic elements of the series for good reason. They really stick with you long after you finish the game. And I like how Breath of the Wild made a New Age tribute to him in the form of King Rome, like I mentioned earlier. Next up, in 58th place with exactly 400 votes, it is the most popular Korok in the entire series. Everyone give a big yahaha to Makar. I think it's kind of cool that the highest rated Korok in this poll is from Wind Waker. You know, it's nice that the game that originated Koroks got to claim that. And with Makar specifically, he's a cute companion to have in the Wind Temple. I like his little instruments. I think it's pretty cool that he is the only Korok sage in the whole series. You know, Breath of the Wild brought back the Ritos and the Koroks, but they only made the Ritos an important race to the lore with important sage characters. And they just relegated the Koroks to being goofy side characters you find around the world for the most part. So it's nice to have Makar around to remind us that at one point, the Koroks were plot significant, what with Makar getting to be a sage and all. But yeah, I like the little guy, he's cute. I like the noises he makes when you play as him and walk around. He's definitely not as great as that other Wind Waker sage, but I still really like him regardless. Moving on up to 57th place with 413 votes, we have Saria from Ocarina of Time. So with one obvious exception, Saria is the most popular sage from Ocarina, which makes a lot of sense. She's your childhood friend, she gives you your first Ocarina, which you just dump in a moat once you get a better one. She's generally very sweet and kind. She has a kick-ass song named after her. I don't really have much else to say. She's a nice and memorable character who really cares about you. Easily the most popular Kokiri. I'm surprised she was never added to Hyrule Warriors, honestly. It would have made sense. But yeah, I don't know. She's just a really easy character to like and get attached to. And now in a tie for 55th place with 414 votes each, we have Linkle from Hyrule Warriors and Error from Zelda 2. Famous for his iconic quote, "I am Error." Probably the single most iconic thing to come out of Zelda 2. It's such a funny and memorable moment where a lot of people ask themselves, wait, is that his name or is that actually an error? Obviously this was intentional. He goes hand in hand with a similar NPC named Bagu, which is Japanese for bug. But yeah, it's amazing how this unconventional character name can result in such a minor NPC maintaining this legendary status and level of popularity to this day. Error is the only character who originated in Zelda 2 to make the top 100 of this poll, and I can't think of anyone else who deserves it more. What a legend. Now as for Linkle, obviously a lot of people have been clamoring for Nintendo to make a female incarnation of Link for years, and this was kind of Nintendo's answer to that, putting Linkle in the non-canon spin-off Hyrule Warriors series. I don't know, that's not really what I had in mind. I was never a huge Linkle fan, but clearly a ton of people are. Her design and personality are very cute, she is fun to play as. I like how she very much is her own person, and not just Link, but a girl? Yeah, she's fun. I kinda wish she was used for more than just a side story in the 3DS version of Hyrule Warriors. It would be really cool to give her her own spin-off game or something. I mean, it seems like the demand is there with how popular she clearly is. Even if they just made Linkle's crossbow training, why not? Make it happen, Nintendo. Oh boy, time for this guy. With 423 votes in 54th place, we have Tingle from the Wind Waker. This is a really fascinating placement to me because I was not under the impression that anyone liked this particular incarnation of Tingle at all. I mean, nobody really hated him when he showed up initially in Majora's Mask, but then this appearance was really the straw that broke the camel's back and made everyone despise Tingle. You first find him in prison, you then go to his creepy island to find out he's enslaved his brothers, and then in the last third of the game, you're required to pay his greedy ass 8 installments of 398 rupees in order to find the Triforce pieces and beat the game. I don't know, I feel like this is where that intense Tingle backlash in the 2000s really started. And it kind of feels like they started to phase him out in favor of Beetle being the quirky recurring face in the 3D Zeldas. But clearly Wind Waker Tingle specifically does have a lot of fans. He does give you the Tingle tuner or the Miiverse bottles depending on which version you're playing, which is cool. Or was cool in the Miiverse bottles case. I love how he poses with you when you get an item. I don't know, he's definitely not unmemorable, I'll say that. And I like his design the best in this game, probably. Still not a huge fan of him here, but it's cool that others are. Now for a duo tied for 52nd place. And I think this is a pretty funny pairing, personally. With 438 votes apiece, two equally popular characters are Zelda from Twilight Princess and Link from Faces of Evil, baby! I guess let's talk about Link first. Out of the main Triforce trio represented in the CDI games, I think Link is easily the most iconic. His stupid ass goofy design and silly as hell voice have such a wonderful, so bad it's good quality to them. Especially since this was the first time I ever saw Link talk in my life. Like, I knew Link was supposed to be silent, so seeing a version of Link that not only talks a bunch, but talks like this, that's how I knew that, oh, these guys really didn't understand Zelda, did they? Oh well, the CDI games are all the funnier for that. I love this version of Link, and I quote him on a regular basis. Like, if I'm hungry, you better believe I'm saying, I'm so hungry, I could eat an Octorok. I mean, he's just delightful. Every line out of his mouth is funny, just based on the way he says it. I love him. What other Link can do the duck walk? Come on now. And yes, it's wonderful that the silliest Link is equally as popular as the most serious Zelda. She is the least popular 3D Zelda by a pretty wide margin, and I can't say I'm surprised. This is definitely the Zelda with the least to do in any of the 3D games. I always kind of felt like she and Ganondorf had their typical roles in the plot filled by Midna and Zant. You don't even really get to know this Zelda before she sacrifices her life force to save Midna, and then she literally disappears until the final battle of the game. With that said, she is very cool and capable in that final battle. You care about the plight she feels towards her kingdom, and she has hands down one of the coolest designs any Zelda has ever had. Maybe the coolest. I wish she could have been utilized more in game, but she did get at least 2 Smash titles to be playable in. Not my favorite version of the princess or anything, but a very cool one at least. And just barely missing out on crashing the top 50, with 444 votes in 51st place, we have the Moon from Majora's Mask. Yeah, I mean, this is technically a character. It has a face, it has 1 line of dialogue, it shows up as an assist trophy in Smash. I think the Celestial Abomination getting this many votes makes perfect sense. I mean, if you play this game, you're never gonna forget the Moon. It's just such a weird yet wonderfully disturbing idea that remains omnipresent no matter where you are in the world. You look up, and it's there. Such a creative and tangible reason for an impending apocalypse. I don't think the game as a whole would really hit the same if you were just given the clock and told, yeah, the world ends in 72 hours, without having such a vivid visual reason why. And as if he wasn't disturbing enough already, the part where his mouth opens up at the end, oh my god, don't even get me started. Great entity. Obviously iconic for good reason. But he did not make it into the top 50 because he got beaten out by another disturbing round creature. In 50th place with 460 votes, I honestly cannot believe how well this enemy did, even though logically, yeah, I get it. From Link's Awakening, it is the anti-Kirby. This is an enemy who shows up in one dungeon, who looks like Kirby, has the ability to inhale just like Kirby, but is in fact not Kirby. No, this thing is evil, and its face looks just different enough from the real Kirby's to be deeply unsettling. Yeah, I mean, to me this is a whole lot more creative than just plopping a random Mario enemy into the game, even though that is fun in its own right. But man, what an unforgettable, odd little entity this is. I'm really glad Nintendo wasn't a bunch of prudes when they made the Switch version, and they perfectly retained not only all the Mario enemies, but this thing as well. I'm glad Link can still kill evil Kirby clones in the year of our Lord 2019. Absolutely wonderful. Okay, now we're finally getting back to a real character with dialogue. In 49th place with 473 votes, we have Hilda from A Link Between Worlds. A hell of a lot more interesting and popular than that game's iteration of Zelda. I think her design is incredibly cool. I love how she has her own noble goals, but somewhat nefarious means of trying to achieve them. And I love how even despite that, she isn't really a villain deep down. She's a very interesting and tragic character who suffered a lot, but ultimately just wants to do right by her kingdom, even if it means stealing our Triforce. I don't know, I could get into her moral standing more, but I feel like that discussion would somehow trigger another 3 years of Three Houses discourse, so I'm just gonna move on. She's cool, I like her. Moving on to a character who is pure evil down to the bone. In 48th place with 488 votes, it is the first major canonical version of Ganondorf to show up in this poll. And that version is, somewhat unsurprisingly, the one from Twilight Princess. I feel like the biggest problem with this guy is that he very much did not need to be a part of the game. Zant 100% could have served as the primary big bad. And on some level, it does kind of feel that Ganondorf only stands behind him as the true final boss because, well, that's what they did in Ocarina of Time. So yeah, this is kind of the origin of the hijacked by Ganon trope. But even then, I feel like it honestly makes sense for him to be this mysterious demonic entity who granted Zant power in order to further his own agenda. He doesn't really have a lot of screen time in this game, but when he shows up, he is damn intimidating and cool. I'm not sure what the consensus is about this, but this is my personal favorite Ganondorf design, even if I do associate it with being terrible in Smash. I still think on its own, it goes unbelievably hard. The scene where he kills one of the stages is awesome. I love how he just uses that sword for the rest of the game. And the final boss battle against him with all of its phases is really strong. Like I said, he doesn't have a huge presence in Twilight Princess or anything. Zant does most of the villainous work until the very end, but you can't deny that Ganondorf in this game has ridiculous levels of aura. I also like how he gets distracted by the fishing rod in the final battle. That's silly. And with 497 votes in 47th place, we have the King of Red Lions from Wind Waker. I was a little surprised he did so well, honestly. I always thought he was one of the less memorable Zelda companions, but I feel like he picks up a lot of the slack with his true kingly identity. You know, obviously I counted those two personas of his as the same characters, since they are. But yeah, as the king, he saves the day by wishing on the Triforce before Ganondorf can. And then he has that beautiful, heartfelt goodbye to the children, where he apologizes for the state his generation left the world they inherited in. Wow, this really is a fantasy game. But yeah, he's an old man who ruled a defunct, now forgotten kingdom, choosing to die with it and letting Link and Zelda plot their own course for the future. It's one of the most profound and powerful character moments in the entire series. And on top of that, he is your guide throughout the entire game. Your trusty boat that you literally couldn't get anywhere without. It's easy to see why a lot of players get attached to him, even if he does have one of the more normal personalities out of the partner characters. He's still a very good addition to the game, even if he's not quite the most popular king. Okay, so you thought we were done with the Link's Awakening oddity crossover characters? Oh baby, you ain't seen nothing yet. In 46th place with 497 votes, we have Bow Wow from Link's Awakening. Yeah, so this makes perfect sense to me. Not only is this a Chain Chomp in a Zelda game, but it is a Chain Chomp you can rescue and then take for a walk, where it will gobble up any enemy it comes across for you. I'm sorry, if you don't understand why that's the coolest thing ever, your brain might be broken. This is easily one of the highlights of the whole game. I often keep Bow Wow around for longer than I need to, just because of how cool he is from a gameplay perspective. It's a shame you can never get him back after you return him to his owner, but that just makes the time you spend with him all the sweeter and more memorable. Bow Wow is a very good boy, and I'm so glad he ranked this high. And breaking through the 500 vote barrier with 518 votes, in 45th place, it is the original Link from The Legend of Zelda on NES, as well as Zelda 2. Once again, I'm sure a ton of people could have been voting for Link in general, and they used his original appearance to express this. But even so, it's hard to deny how important and legendary this Link truly is. This little pixelated elf boy has stood the test of time as the protagonist of one of the most revolutionary video games to ever exist. His sprite is still iconic to this day. He braves the wilderness of the mostly destroyed Hyrule not once, but twice, saving Zelda, defeating Ganon, the whole shebang. He may not be the most interesting Link in the world, but we wouldn't have any others without him, and I think that's worth a lot. Now for a character with 536 votes, in 44th place, it is Daruk from Breath of the Wild. I don't know if you've been keeping track at home, but Daruk is the highest ranked Goron in this entire poll. And he's only number 44. I don't know, is that crazy to anyone else? Like, the Gorons have been in almost every game since Ocarina of Time. They are the only non-Hylian race to be in every 3D Zelda. And yet, there's never really been that one Goron character that everyone universally adores, you know? I mean, Daruk is still the lowest ranked out of all the champions. And like, maybe we had a shot at getting that one super popular Goron with the new sage in Breath of the Wild, but that ended up being Yunobo, so... Anyway, this is still a respectable placement for Daruk though. He's a decently fun ally. His fear of cuckoos is funny. Daruk's protection has gotten me out of a number of jams. And I think that scene where his ghost sees Yunobo is pretty sweet. Overall, I don't really think there's too much more to say. I think he's probably the least interesting and most generic companion, and I guess that's reflected in the votes. Still not a bad placement for him as an individual. But at the same time, damn, I don't know. Is there some racism against Gorons in this fandom I don't know about? Crazy. And moving from a champion of old to a sage of new, in 43rd place with 543 votes, we have Riju from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I don't really see too many people talk about Riju, but yeah, she clearly is popular, and I definitely like her. Not one of my all-time favorite major characters in this duology, but I think it is a cool change of pace to have a child Gerudo thrust into the role of a chief and sage. It's neat to see her try and live up to those high expectations of her, and I like how much more confident and capable she becomes in Tears of the Kingdom. In general, she's a lot more memorable in that game to me. She's a great leader in a major time of crisis, and I love spelunking through the Lightning Temple with her. Her lightning ability is pretty cool, and she's just a good solid sage and companion in general. Moving on to 42nd place with 575 votes, outranking the chief of the Gerudo is the humble shopkeeper we might have already seen earlier in this poll. It's Beetle from Breath of the Wild. I'm kind of surprised this iteration of Beetle ranks so high. I mean, he doesn't even say thank you anymore. What the hell? Maybe he does and I just forgot, I don't know. But ultimately, this is the version of Beetle from the two most popular Zelda games. And even ignoring his history throughout the rest of the series, he's decently memorable just in these games. It's nice knowing you can always go to a stable to sell stuff or buy some arrows from him if you're short on them. And it's fun watching him lumber around with that backpack. I still don't think this is my personal favorite interpretation of Beetle, but it is nice such a legendary and memorable character is here. And with 580 votes in 41st place, we have Fi, or Fee. I don't know. I pronounce it Fi like identify. Feel free to tell me how wrong I am in the comments. I have to admit, I'm honestly really surprised Fi ended up ranking this high. Like, she is the third most popular of the dedicated companion characters, which is really wild because back when Skyward Sword first came out, it seemed like everyone just hated Fi. They called her annoying and handholdy and terrible. Just a useless bum alone on a pile of bricks, you know? A lot of that obviously has to do with just how frequently she chimes in with obvious information you don't really need. Like, I was playing the other night and Jacamar was like, man, if I just had the missing fan for this windmill, I could fix it. And then Fi pops out to say, Master, I highly recommend looking for the missing fan. So Yeah, imagine that, but for this entire 30-hour game. I definitely understood and agreed with the hate to some extent, but I do feel like over time, we all kind of mellowed out when it came to Fi, and came to appreciate a lot of her positive aspects. She has an amazing design, for one. It's so elegant and graceful, perfectly embodying the concept of a sword spirit. I love how she figure skates when reciting the lyrics passed down by the goddess. I love her stunned reaction when Scrapper first simps for her. I like how she spends the whole game talking about your percentage chance of success, but then right before the final boss, she tells you, good luck. That always stuck out to me as being super cool. And like, even on my first playthrough, when I kinda disliked Fi, even I couldn't deny that her farewell scene was really well done. I believe the term for that trope is, alas, poor Scrappy. But yeah, I don't think Fi is a Scrappy anymore. Clearly, she's very popular with a lot of fans, and even I've grown to really appreciate her over time. I just kinda playfully roll my eyes over her explaining stuff now, like, oh Fi, you goofball. And I also think it's super cool that she kinda sorta cameos in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Or at least, her noise does coming out of the Master Sword. That was a real treat. So yeah, it's great to see her really make a comeback in terms of reception. Well deserved. And with 584 votes in 40th place, we have the nefarious Majora. So I kind of lumped together all the votes for Majora's Mask, Incarnation, Wrath. You know, they're all covered under the entity Majora. Whew, man, what a cool villain. This thing just feels hellish and demonic beyond reason. The fact that it only desires the destruction of everything is a great contrast to every other rule-the-world villain in the series. Its design in every form is so good, especially the mask form. Like, there's a reason it became so iconic. Not just because it's the face of the game, but because it's so vivid and unsettling. A pretty simple, yet wildly effective villain. And I also think it's a great touch how you see the symbol of the mask on blocks around the world, and in the first room of Stone Tower. It really keeps you guessing on what this thing is, and why it's everywhere in Termina. Creepy, and I love it. And breaking into the 600 vote barrier with 610 votes, in 39th place, we have our final Beetle. The most beloved of all, the original from the Wind Waker. It was a close race, but I am glad Wind Waker Beetle beat Breath of the Wild Beetle by a handful of votes. Because Breath of the Wild simply could not capture the sheer glory that is, oh, thank you. Bye! Don't get me wrong, Beetle has a fun design, but I feel like the only reason he was plucked out of obscurity and allowed to be in multiple games instead of just one is because of how damn funny his voice clips are. I hear them in my head all the time. It's a problem, make it stop. Beetle is also all over this damn map, just like Breath of the Wild Beetle. He's very helpful, and I go to his shop super often. He's a pretty chill dude. And like, again, I cannot stress enough, his voice lines are so amazing. I should mention that I also lumped in the votes for Beetle's assistant, since apparently that literally is just Beetle with a helmet on. If you take a photo of Beetle's assistant and give it to the sculptor, he'll literally just make a statue of Beetle. If that's not damning evidence, I don't know what is. But yeah, very happy that this, of all NPCs, is the one that became a major recurring presence in the series. And with 645 votes in 38th place, we now got Malon from Ocarina of Time. Honestly, a great showing for a character who really isn't plot relevant much at all. But obviously the ranch is a very iconic location in the game, and she is the one who teaches you Epona's song there. She's also probably the first NPC you'll find in the future who actually grew up just like you did. It makes for a really cool moment reuniting with her after all those years, as is defeating Ingo and winning the ranch back for her. A lot of people obviously also ship her with Link, with it especially making a lot of sense in the Twilight Princess timeline where Link's descendant 100 years in the future is a rancher. I also just generally think they're very sweet together. Like, I can totally get behind Link and Malon as a couple. Yeah, she's a very memorable part of such an iconic game, as well as someone who you directly help in this rough, bad future. Good stuff. Okay, this is the one I have really been waiting for. You might want to sit down for this. So, I held this poll back in early January 2025. And during that time, there was a certain video that had just come out a week ago that was really making its rounds in the algorithm. So as a result of this video really being the talk of the town in the Zelda community, there was a lot of appreciation for its subject matter that translated into quite a significant number of votes that I doubt would have been achieved if I had opened up voting for this poll today. And so, without further ado, the 37th most popular Zelda character of all time, with 659 votes, is the legendary and iconic Blue Dog from Majora's Mask. So, let me explain a bit further. The video in question I was talking about from Vidya James is entitled, Why Majora's Mask's Blue Dog Took 25 Years to Win the Race. And it details how in the doggy racetrack, where you can get rewards by betting on a certain dog to win a race, the absolute worst, slowest option to pick is usually the single blue dog. The video then explains how the blue dog can win using a rare glitch that ends the race early if the dog lands on a hyper-specific strip of the racetrack. But then it dismisses the glitch win and asks, can the dog legitimately win the race? And after so many trials, so many runs performed by multiple people, eventually, yes, one person did get video evidence of the blue dog winning the race after 25 years of this not being documented anywhere on the internet. Dude, if that's not inspiring, I don't know what is. I'm not even joking when I say Blue Dog deserves this placement and potentially even more. Remember to persevere, kids, because even if all the odds seem hopelessly stacked against you, if you keep trying, eventually you'll succeed. Anyway, yeah, watch this video, it's really good. And congratulations to Blue Dog, a more popular Zelda character than Fi, Riju, Daruk, and every incarnation of Beetle in existence. Moving on to 36th place with 696 votes, it's your beloved trusty hat from the Minish Cap, Eslo. What a fun idea for a companion, having this little bird hat dude who also gives you the ability to shrink. It's been a long time since I played this game, but I remember him being really fun and having a great rapport with Link, as well as a neat history with Vaati as well. It's nice to have a Zelda companion from one of the 2D games who really stands toe-to-toe with the 3D ones. Hell, not even toe-to-toe, he outranked all of the 3D companions except for one. That's pretty impressive for a character from this humble little game. Sorry I don't have more to say about him, I didn't have quite enough time to replay Minish Cap, and it's been many a year.
And in 35th place with 727 votes, it's Vaati from the Minish Cap, 4 Swords and 4 Swords Adventures. I've been a major Vaati fan since I was 12, so James asked me to do this segment. Back when I was first introduced to Vaati, the only Zelda games I had were the DS ones, but I would go down a lot of Zelda wiki rabbit holes, and that's how I became a Vaati fangirl without ever having played Minish Cap or 4 Swords. Despite being the second most recurring antagonist in Zelda, Vaati doesn't get a very detailed backstory or much dialogue. I mean, we know he was originally Eslo's apprentice who got corrupted by his lust for power, but in every game he appears in after Minish Cap, he's just a generic big bad and never again uses his human form. I think his popularity among Zelda fans isn't for what he is, but for what he could be. At least that's how it went for me. I saw his really cool design, his wind mage powers, his fall from grace, and all the different transformations he goes through, his memorable theme music, and really iconic laugh, and I thought, now here's a character with potential. And going back to his fall from grace, if you think about it, he's really the only pure evil Zelda villain who used to be good, which is very interesting to me. Sure, we've had Hilda and Burn afterwards, but they get redeemed at the end. Vaati's a rare case of a good person who gets corrupted completely and loses himself in the pursuit of power. Maybe that's why his human and Minish forms never came back. Much like Dark Link, he tends to be more fleshed out in fanworks than the games proper, and I especially enjoy how he plays off other Zelda villains in fanon interpretations, usually being the smart and aloof straight man to their antics. Speaking of fan interpretations, if anyone out there has an archived copy of this really funny 4 Swords crack fic called 4 Swords Randomness on Wattpad that's mysteriously vanished, please hit me up.
Thank you, sweetie. Now in 34th place with 735 votes, we have the hero of the sky himself, Link from Skyward Sword. He is, unfortunately, the least popular out of the 3D Links, and I kinda get that. He doesn't really stick out in the same way the other 3D Links do. Plus, I don't know, maybe this is a little bit mean, but I always just thought he had a really dopey face. Not so much in the artwork, but like, in-game, he just looks kinda dopey. I don't know. But overall, I really do love Skyward Sword Link. I'm completely on board with his determination to save Zelda. I love how often you can make dialogue choices for him. It really enhances his personality a lot and makes you as a player feel more connected to him. I love having him make fun of Garusa's hair, and especially asking Impa, am I late, at the gate of time. He has as much personality as you want to put into him, and I think that's cool. But overall, it's very great seeing him slowly become a hero worthy of the goddess over the course of the game. He has incredible chemistry with Zelda, he's very likable, his voice is honestly really funny, a pretty great incarnation. And now for our final tie in the entire list. Crazy we still have one at this point. But with 798 votes apiece, both with a claim to 32nd place, we have Zant from Twilight Princess and Medley from The Wind Waker. Both very iconic characters in their respective games. Like I was saying earlier, I honestly think Zant would have been perfectly fine as the only villain in Twilight Princess. I feel like that's something a lot of Zelda fans agree on though. His design is fantastic, his goal to envelop the entire world in Twilight is intimidating, and that damn scene after you finish the Lakebed Temple, where he just shows up out of nowhere and bodies you and Midna, oh my god. I feel like to really maintain him as a constant threat though, they definitely needed more scenes like that where he shows up in person. I'd say they definitely learned their lesson with the next 3D Zelda villain, who ultimately is even more memorable and beloved. But for now, Zant is really good. I honestly like that moment where he snaps at the end a lot. It's an interesting character twist, and I love how unhinged he acts during the final battle. That last kill he gets on Ganondorf also rules. Fun villain who I wish was used more in the game. And Medley has always been one of my favorite characters in Wind Waker, and really the whole series. I love how sweet and studious she is, as well as how much she cares about Prince Kamali. She's great in that first arc on Dragon Roost Island, but she especially comes into her own when she's awakened as a sage. I love that scene. It's such a nice, tender moment of you helping her realize her true destiny. And I always think about her saying, "Let's go now," quickly and quietly. So solemn and atmospheric. I always make sure to make it night before I trigger that cutscene for the full effect. And she's an absolutely wonderful companion in the Earth Temple. Flying around as her is extremely fun, and traversing the nightmarish dungeon with her at your side is great as well. Medley is a wonderful ally and companion. But is she my favorite Rito? No. Because that honor goes to our 31st place character with 832 votes. It's Tulin. Much like Vati, my girlfriend is also really obsessed with Tulin, but we thought it would be funnier if she just chimed in for one character, and I'm similarly obsessed with Tulin, so I can cover this. What a wonderful addition to Tears of the Kingdom. I think it was definitely the right call to realize Tebo was a bit of a lost cause, and instead pass the mantle of Sage on to his son. It's wonderful to see how Tulin grew up in between games and really came into his own as a budding master of the winds. He has easily the most helpful ability out of the sages in Tears of the Kingdom. Exploring the Stormwind arc with him is really fun, as is the whole build up to that dungeon. And really, he's just such a lovable, bubbly scamp that it's like, how could you not love Tulin? He's wonderful, and I'm really happy this many people agree. I also think that one PNG of his baby form from Breath of the Wild is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Like every time I look at it, I just crack up and I don't know why. He's a great character, and I 100% would have purchased his amiibo if it wasn't $30. Seriously, what the hell? Oh well, if you're watching this on a Tuesday, then happy Tulin Tuesday. Go watch the Tulin videos by Kibi Lane, they are extremely funny. Alright, now we've reached the top 30. The true legends of Zelda, who stand as some of the most iconic characters in the whole series. Actually, you know what? I'll extend that pedigree to Tulin as well, just because I like him. If you get over 800 votes, you're a legend, according to the arbitrary criteria I just made up. But moving along to 30th place with 958 votes, it is the great King of Evil himself, Ganondorf from Ocarina of Time. I mean, he is that bitch. I don't know how else to describe it. He won. He tricked you and Zelda. He conquered Hyrule for 7 grueling years that in some timelines don't get wiped away. He lives up to his title and then some. He's definitely not the most complex iteration of Ganondorf, though really only one of them is complex in the slightest. But that doesn't stop this version from being an amazing and iconic villain to gaming history as a whole. Ganon had existed before this, but this was the first human version of him. And man, is he cunning, intimidating, and worth his salt as a villain. That moment where you first encounter him outside of Hyrule Castletown, mirroring your nightmare at the beginning of the game, oh man, does it still give me chills to this day. He doesn't have a lot more screen time, but his evil influence is everywhere. You see exactly how thoroughly he destroyed Hyrule, which really makes you hate him and want to take him down all the more. And that final confrontation with him is stunning. Absolutely fantastic. He's also really good at playing the organ. Like, I don't understand. That guy's talented. He doesn't have to work blue. I will also say, while his design is really good, it's always been my least favorite Ganondorf design of the 4. 5 if you count Hyrule Warriors. I don't know, it kind of looks like a clown to me. The other designs are just far more intimidating and cooler in my opinion. But he's a great legendary villain. Not much more to be said. Now for one of my personal favorite characters in the Zelda series. Honestly, I think it's kind of a toss-up between her and someone else we haven't seen yet for my all-time favorite Zelda character. I absolutely would have voted for her right away in this poll if I actually voted in it. With 974 votes, the last character to miss out on the 1,000 vote barrier, tragically. In 29th place, we have Marin from Link's Awakening. I have always loved Marin ever since I first played this game. She's a sweet and adorable character to acclimate you to Koholint Island. Her singing is lovely, her longing to become a seagull and fly away from the island is beautiful. The scene in general, where you just have that tender moment on the beach with her, it's unforgettable. It's surprisingly rare for the Zelda series to have soft, quiet character moments like that. And it's followed up by one of my favorite sequences in the whole series. You escorting Marin to the animal village and getting to take as many optional detours as you want with her. Watching her call you out for attacking a cuckoo until you do it enough times where she starts to enjoy it. Having her pick up the crane shop owner when she plays the crane game. Playing the ocarina in front of her and having her criticize your musical ability. She's just got so much personality. And it's just such a fun experience watching Link bond and go on adventures with his literal dream girl. A ton of people have discussed how Marin basically represents Link's idealistic version of Zelda. A maiden who's fun and carefree and perfectly on his wavelength. She adds such a warm and human presence to Link's Awakening, and she's by far my favorite one-off character in the entire series. Not counting spin-offs, of course, because oh man, I was so excited when she got added to Hyrule Warriors. What an inspired addition. It really works out because she's one of my favorite characters from a gameplay perspective as well, so I had a good excuse to play as her a lot. Wonderful character, I have nothing but good things to say about her. But it's time to move on to our first character to crack the 1,000 vote barrier. And we definitely got a good one to represent this milestone. In 28th place with 1,013 votes, it is the top banana of the Yiga clan himself, Master Koga. Considering how relatively little emphasis the Breath of the Wild duology places on the story, and in particular its antagonists, it is nice to have at least one antagonist with just absolute buttloads of personality. Like, I knew this guy was something special when I first encountered him in the Yiga hideout in Breath of the Wild. But then you do one boss fight with him, he has a cute little cutscene where he falls into a hole, and that's it for the entire game. I don't know if he would really be this popular if that was all we saw of him. It really felt like there was a lot of missed potential for him to become a recurring nuisance to you left on the table. Thankfully, Tears of the Kingdom really delivers, cleverly confining him to the depths that you enter by going down giant chasms, because he fell down a giant chasm. This probably isn't the case, but I like to think the entire idea for the depths came from the developer saying, okay, how can we bring Master Koga back? And creating an entire underground area to explain where he went. Probably not what actually happened, but wouldn't it be funny? Anyway, the encounters with him where he spawns various vehicles to fight you with are so fun in this game. They play into his goofy personality so well. Honestly though, I think the real kingmaker for his character was Age of Calamity, giving this guy an incredibly fitting and great voice, and a super fun and wacky playstyle really made him even better for me. Just a character who only gets better and better the more we see him, and I couldn't be happier about that. And in 27th place with 1,117 votes, we have the true king of all the Tingles. The most popular of them all, Tingle from Majora's Mask. So I feel like most people selected Majora's Mask as the game just as a way of representing every Tingle, since this is the original version of him. But I have no way to prove that. Maybe this version of Tingle specifically really is more beloved than the others. I mean, I think this is definitely his most agreeable incarnation, even to the haters. Like, it's hard to get mad over Tingle, the plucky, goofy map seller who spawns a balloon from his pants and flies in the air. His maps are incredibly helpful, and his prices are reasonable, thank God. He's a nice fixture of the game. You know, it's weirdly comforting to go to a creepy new area and have Tingle floating around there to reassure you a bit. I like how you can learn more about who he is from his father. I honestly really like how ugly he is in this game compared to others where they go for a still ugly but slightly cutesier design. He's just a wholly original creation incarnation that really sticks out, and I don't think it's surprising that out of all the Termina NPCs, he's the one who really became a mainstay in the land of Hyrule. It's a shame that he's kind of been phased out of the series, because I really do enjoy him in Majora's Mask. It is just too bad they went a little too far with him, with that pretty unlikable Wind Waker appearance. Plus, his odd-looking spin-offs probably didn't help his reception. Oh well, I think this Tingle is fun. And clearly he's still very beloved to this day. You know, his semi-replacement Beetle didn't have an incarnation that ranked this high. So that's a win for Team Tingle. Nothing left to say except Tingle? Tingle? Kululim? Bah! And coming in 26th place with 1,171 votes, we have a character who definitely would not have ranked this high based on their Breath of the Wild appearance alone. So I'll just say, from Tears of the Kingdom, it's Purah. Nothing in the Zelda community made me laugh quite as much as how instantly Purah became a fan favorite character in the series, solely because of how hot she is. Like, seriously, try and argue it was for any other reason why everyone loves her now. There is literally no argument to be made there. Starting with Breath of the Wild though, it is a pretty fun gimmick having this 100-year-old scientist invent immortality that works a little too well and turns her into a child. She is a pretty fun and memorable NPC there, and she's pretty helpful, upgrading your Sheikah Slate and letting you take pictures and all that. But yeah, don't even get me started with Tears of the Kingdom Purah. I mean, I don't know, man. She's just hot. That's all there is to it, really. She's pretty cool as the de facto quest giver who tells you to investigate the regional phenomenon. She really takes charge and has a lot of authority, especially in the absence of Zelda. And she's pretty cool in Age of Calamity as well. But like, yeah, I don't know, she's hot and people like that. I think we just need to face the facts and realize that's why she's ranked this high. And I think she's a bit of an exception in that regard, because we have another hot character in 25th place, but I don't think that's the primary reason people like her. With 1,189 votes, it's Urbosa from Breath of the Wild. Undoubtedly one of the coolest champions. Hell, maybe my personal favorite of the four. The way she snaps her fingers to activate her lightning powers is rad. She's a very capable sword fighter and warrior. She's very intuitive, immediately sussing out Yiga clan members in disguise. And I especially adore the big sisterly bond she kind of forms with Zelda. I think the interactions between the two of them are so sweet. That one cutscene where they're formally talking to each other in Urbosa's throne room and then laughing about it on a walk together later on, that really sticks out to me as being especially nice. Oh, and that other cutscene where Zelda's sleeping on her shoulder and she tells Link what's going on in Zelda's head and all of her current worries. Oh man, I love how special Urbosa and Zelda's bond is. It's a lot like how Mipha has more of a special connection to Link compared to all the other champions. Urbosa's just such a cool, headstrong, and capable character. Easily my favorite Gerudo in the series. Not that there's been that many other major ones. Alright, now for a character with 1,235 votes. Some of you might be shocked to see him this high up, but me personally, yeah, no, that number checks out to me. As a matter of fact, I feel like he had the potential to go even higher. The 24th most popular Zelda character of all time. All I gotta say is, this placement is what all true warriors strive for. It's King Harkinian from Faces of Evil and Wand of Gamelon. Yeah, I mean, I probably would have used one of my votes on him too if I had voted in this poll. King Harkinian to me is the de facto mascot of the CDI games. In my opinion, no character is nearly as funny or quotable as him. I mean, God, the first thing out of his mouth is, "My boy." You just don't get better than that. That is, until the next game where he says his iconic quote, "I wonder what's for dinner." That shit has permanently altered my lexicon for like 20 years. I still say dinner in the exact same inflection as him incredibly often. There's just something about him. His design, the way he talks, the way he moves. He just perfectly embodies the sheer fever dream insanity of this duology. I don't think I'm ever gonna get tired of the CDI games in general. But him in particular, I swear to God, if I ever say I'm sick of King Harkinian, that's how you'll know I'm dead inside. He brings me such an indescribable sense of joy that very few other characters in the Zelda series have ever come close to. And this is all from only 40 seconds of screen time. That's all he has. But his legacy lives on in countless classic YouTube poop after YouTube poop. I would do anything for this man. I would even scrub all the floors in Hyrule. So yes, shout out to Harkinian for being the highest ranked king in the entire Zelda series. Fuck the King of Red Lions, fuck King Rome. This guy is where it's at, clearly. Okay, I know I just said highest ranked king, but I meant highest ranked good king. Because now we got another evil king. In 23rd place with 1,253 votes, we have Ganondorf from Tears of the Kingdom. Once again, I mean, I'm sure a lot of his popularity comes from how hot he is, but I doubt it's to the same extent as Purah. There are a lot of reasons to appreciate this incarnation of Ganondorf. I mean, it's the first mainline one we got in 17 years, so that's something. It's also such a chilling backstory. The idea that he was underneath Hyrule Castle just rotting away for generations is nuts. That opening cutscene with him is chilling, as is how unstoppable he's built up as in the memory cutscenes. I think that grin he has on his face is a little bit goofy, but honestly, it also has so much aura that it wraps around to being intimidating again. Both his mummy and his rehydrated designs are great, and that final battle with him is especially fantastic. The buildup is so eerie and wonderful, and that moment where his health bar just grows to ginormous length will always stick out to me as being utterly insane. On the whole, he's a pretty simple version of the character. He doesn't do a whole lot to impact or hinder your quest, but when he shows up, he's a great and intimidating iteration to do battle with. Out of everyone in the top 30, he's probably the truest embodiment of hype moments and aura. Okay, I guess King Harkinian also kind of qualifies for that. But yeah, great Ganondorf. And next up, we probably have my personal favorite incarnation of Zelda to date. I honestly thought she'd do a tiny bit better, but this is certainly nothing to sneeze at. In 22nd place with 1,335 votes, it's Zelda from Skyward Sword. Very few things in this series are as adorable to me as the chemistry Link and Zelda share in the opening of this game. She's such an endearing and wonderful childhood friend, who of course gets thrust into this whirlwind of destiny where she has to learn of her true identity as the goddess reborn. I honestly wish she could have gotten even more screen time and we could have seen more of her journey and interactions with Impa, outside of just a montage over the credits. Maybe they made those cutscenes for the actual game and had to cut them for pacing reasons, so they just put them in the credits since they were already finished. Either way, I wish we saw more of Zelda, but that absence is why the quest is so compelling. You want so desperately to save Zelda, more so than any other game where your initial goal is rescuing someone close to you. They make that connection between the two of you so strong in such a short amount of time. The playful banter, the way she pushes you off a cliff so you can get flying, the way she stands up to Groose multiple times for you. It must have been so crazy for her to wake up from that crystal and see Groose there on the surface. Like, how confusing do you think that was for her? Bottom line is, I love this Zelda. She's got one of the most distinct and lovable personalities in the whole series, as well as an intriguing relationship to the overarching plot. Easy to see why she's a fan favorite. But just narrowly beating her out by 2 votes, much like that Funky Kong vs. Vivian matchup in the Mario poll. In 21st place with 1,337 votes, we have by far the most popular character from A Link Between Worlds. That of course being Ravio. I think with him, the Zelda team finally understood that you're gonna get emotionally attached to a shopkeeper you go to a lot over the course of a game. So many people love characters like Tingle or Beetle, despite them never really having relevance to the main plot. So with Ravio, they figured, hey, why don't we make the guy who rents items out to you vital to the game's story? Such a smart decision. First of all, the item rental mechanic is incredible and really speaks to how perfectly this game embodies the freedom that Breath of the Wild would soon run wild with, while also maintaining a bit more of a traditional Zelda game structure. I love renting whatever item I want and doing the temples in whatever order I want, and it's all made possible thanks to this lovable, quirky bunny dude. Speaking of which, I think it's really funny that he and Nabbit debuted around the same time, and they both have a lot in common design-wise. I forget if that was a coincidence or not. It's also really cool how he's dressed as a bunny, given that awesome twist with him towards the end of the game. Although I guess there's no reason to necessarily spoil it for people who haven't played the game. I'm sure this twist is a huge reason why people like him so much though. And yeah, it is pretty cool. But mainly, I like him just for being a wonderful ally to you throughout the whole game. He's funny, he's brimming with personality, he gives you the incredibly vital bracelet that allows you to merge with walls, and it's funny how he just takes over your house and turns it into an item rental shop. Truly incredible. He's also just such a fascinating contrast to Link. It's interesting to see how he lacks the courage to stand up for his kingdom, which is why he enlists your help. He echoes Hilda in a pretty interesting way, and while his whole thing is being cowardly, I honestly think his decision to oppose Hilda with Link's help is incredibly brave in its own right. He's a fun and admirable character, and you really need to play A Link Between Worlds. It's the best 2D Zelda, please give it a go. Now for the top 20. The true icons of the series who are widely beloved to an incredible degree. Let's kick things off with easily one of the most iconic Zeldas of all time. In 20th place with 1,382 votes, we have, spoilers if you've never played a video game before, Zelda/Sheik from Ocarina of Time. Ultimately, despite the plethora of votes for just Sheik, it really only made sense to keep these two together since they are the same person. Sheik is just the false alter ego Zelda adopts throughout most of the game. They literally transform into each other in the older Smash Bros. Games. They belong together. Honestly, I kind of expected this Zelda to do a lot better. Like, this certainly isn't bad, but I just assumed Sheik was still incredibly popular to this day, largely thanks to Smash. I guess Sheik has lost some of his luster after all this time. But that doesn't stop this from being a great iteration of Zelda. I love how as a child, she decides to take matters into her own hands, and enlists Link's help against Ganondorf, who she knows is untrustworthy. But of course, she has to pay for her naivete since Ganondorf was really playing her, and using this as a means to get into the Sacred Realm. I love the fact that Zelda has to live with this knowledge for 7 years and do her best to make things right on her own. Until Link comes back, of course, and she can assist him in his quest as Sheik. I adore Sheik's theme. It's one of my favorites in the whole series. And those moments where he shows up to teach you a new song stick out to me as some of the most gorgeous in the whole game. I really do wish we could have fought alongside Sheik in pivotal moments like that one artwork depicts. But regardless, Sheik makes for a really memorable and welcome presence. And I can't attest to how mind-blowing that twist must have been at the time, since I obviously grew up with Smash and already knew it. But I feel like it is a pretty neat reveal, albeit maybe a bit easy to guess. Zelda's role in helping you escape the castle and seal Ganon at the end is also wonderful. I especially love that shot of her reacting to the Master Sword getting knocked out of your hands and landing right next to her, as well as how she screams every time you get hit by Ganon. Really great incarnation of her, pretty much the quintessential one for a while there, even though now she's been outdone by a few more popular versions we haven't seen yet. I also have to say though, it is really odd that Sheik has been around for 4 Smash games. I don't know, I'm not really big on her playstyle, especially after she got severed from Zelda, and it just feels odd to not have any new playable characters since Melee basically, while Sheik is still sticking around. I figured it was worth mentioning here since Sheik is honestly more of a Smash character at this point than a Zelda character. Oh well, he's still cool. And in 19th place with 1,423 votes, we have the cunning Demon Lord himself, Girahim from Skyward Sword. Dude, I love Girahim. Honestly, I think he might straight up be my favorite Zelda villain. He is just dripping with personality and malice, having this personal fixation and vendetta on Link that only grows as the game goes on. And like I was saying earlier, I think they really learned their lesson with Zant when making Girahim and had him show up constantly. You encounter him at the end of every dungeon since he's on his own quest to get to Zelda before you do. And you fight him 3 different times, which unlike the Imprisoned is actually welcome and some of the highlights of the game boss-wise. These duels against him are really where the somewhat hit-or-miss motion controls of Skyward Sword really got to shine. Just these awesome sword battles against the demonic sword spirit himself. And he has such a delicious personality to him. So flamboyant and creepy, but honestly fabulous enough in terms of his design to justify his demeanor. Patrick and I would play this game as kids and do this weird voice for him where it was like, "Ooh, Link, I'm going to kill you to death." He's a wonderful character where everything about him really works. I do think he sometimes lets Link get away with too much. Like, you really should have fought him after the mining facility. I don't know why he just lets you go there. But at the end of the day, he ultimately achieved his goal of reviving Demise. Like, he won. It was Demise who dropped the ball and allowed you to win the day overall. But Girahim got exactly what he wanted, and you couldn't stop him. Dying and reverting to his sword form with a smile on his face, laughing as it happens. Just an awesome villain. I love how even in the dramatic climax of the game, he still can't help but show off his awesome dance moves. Incredible. Alright, now we come to the other one of my top 2 favorite characters in the series. The other one besides Marin that I just love above all others. And fittingly, it's someone from my favorite game of all time. In 18th place with 1,444 votes, not a terrible fate for him in the slightest, it is the Happy Mask Salesman from Majora's Mask. I like pretty much everything about this guy. His design, his demeanor, his questionable morality, how utterly mysterious he is. It's so novel to me to take a minor NPC from Ocarina of Time and make him into one of the most crucial characters in the sequel. I think it's especially novel how he only shows up in the child version of Ocarina of Time Hyrule, and he's just completely absent from the world when you're an adult. So you assume he died, but then he shows up in the credits of the adult timeline. It's like they were planning for him to be this mysterious interdimensional traveler the whole time, since it could be inferred that he just went to Termina or somewhere else during Ganondorf's rule. But Majora's Mask is where he's the real star of the show, right from that iconic first line of his, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" It's so hard to get a read on him and what his true intentions with the mask are. And this is especially amplified by how the Moon Children in the final area seem to resemble him. It really makes you question who he is without the game ever providing a definitive answer. And that's awesome. I love the mystery surrounding this guy. And the fact that it's left to your own imagination is the cherry on top. Every time you talk to him is such a delight. The way he cuts between different poses in an instant, being the only NPC to do this. The way he spawns an organ out of thin air. I love how he has unique dialogue if you talk to him wearing every single mask in the game. I love his slick purple outfit and super cool Easter egg filled backpack. I love his words of parting in the conclusion and how he just vanishes into thin air. He just rules so thoroughly. The interesting thing about him that I always notice whenever I replay this game is that he doesn't really show up for a lot of it. Once you become human again at the beginning, he just chills in the clock tower until the very last cutscene, and it's up to you to go talk to him. So it really says a lot about what a long shadow his limited required screen time casts over the entire game. He's simply an unforgettable addition to Majora's Mask that embodies how creepy and quirky it is in equal measure. And I think for that reason, he's my favorite character in the game, and one of my favorites in the whole series. Very happy he did this well. Okay, I got a lot less to say about this character because I have not played their game, but I think I get why they ranked very high regardless. In 17th place with 1,457 votes, we have the most popular character from Spirit Tracks, that being its version of Zelda. Yeah, this didn't surprise me in the slightest. I've heard all sorts of praise over the years for how well this game in particular utilizes Zelda. Before Echoes of Wisdom, this was arguably her most prominent and significant appearance, since her spirit straight up is your companion. What a cool idea. She accompanies you the whole time, possesses phantoms for you. She's just awesome. Jess wanted me to add that Zelda is very sweet, and she has a lot of funny moments, like when Anjean tells her she won't be able to get her body back and she starts freaking out. At one point she starts thinking to herself and she absentmindedly floats to the top of the room. She apparently goes through a very good arc and really warms up to helping you over the course of the game. And yeah, I really wish I had time to play Spirit Tracks. She's fun in Hyrule Warriors. I played that. Wrecking shit with her phantom form is super awesome. And yeah, overall, this was a great idea for how to use her as a character. It's not hard at all to see why she's the fan favorite 2D Zelda. And in 16th place with 1,489 votes, we now have the final iteration of Ganondorf. The most popular one by a pretty solid margin. And I don't think this is much of a surprise. Here we have Ganondorf from The Wind Waker. I think most people recognize this one as the good writing Ganondorf. Not that the other ones aren't great and effective villains, but this is the one where they actually dared to give him an intriguing backstory and motivation behind why he waged this war against Hyrule. He coveted the soft winds that refused to blow on the harsh Gerudo wasteland his people had to suffer in. And this admirable desire ultimately informed his nefarious actions throughout the game. Despite having a more human motivation for the first and only time in the series, he still evil to the core. And it's still incredibly satisfying to take him down in the final battle with that sick as hell forehead stab. But hearing the King of Evil express some humanity for the only time is a really unforgettable and somber moment. He's really driven by his obsession over a long-lost kingdom. And yet, despite this madness, he remains a cold and calculating villain throughout the game. And that moment where the king steals the Triforce at the last minute and Ganondorf just cracks and starts laughing maniacally, so damn chilling, so damn good. He's also got a really cool design, especially with those awesome samurai swords he whips out. And the final boss battle against him with Zelda by your side is awesome. Now that I think about it, he's actually the lowest ranking of the Triforce trio in Wind Waker, and he's 16th place overall. I think that really says a lot about the great character work in that game. Overall, yeah, I have to agree with the consensus and call him my personal favorite iteration of Ganondorf. A very memorable and interesting villain, on top of being just as intimidating as the others. And flying on into 15th place is a character whose incredible performance in this poll both surprises me, but also doesn't. With 1,586 votes, the 15th most popular Zelda character is Cass from Breath of the Wild. Once again, this placement is really interesting to me because he's not necessarily a major character in the game. I mean, he does have a decent role in the DLC campaign when he's trying to complete a long unfinished ballad about the champions and traveling the world in the process. But even then, he doesn't really impact the story or what you're doing. And the same is absolutely true for the main story. You just see him at the top of towers or sometimes at a stable. He might muse about the origins of a song or give you guidance for a shrine quest. And that's kind of it in terms of his role. Yet finding him and talking to him is one of the absolute highlights of the game for me and clearly so many other players. He's a great link to the history and texture of this version of Hyrule. Like, it's just awesome to have a traveling bard you encounter all over the place, giving you interesting lore and talking about his personal quest to uncover musical history. He's just cool. That's what it really comes down to. I think a lot of people also find him hot, which I don't know if I go that far, but sure. I do like his big-ass accordion at the very least. But of course, no discussion of Cass is complete without mentioning his incredible theme. Every time it starts playing, it is heaven on the ears. Plus, it got one of the best remixes in Smash Ultimate. So I think that helped to further Cass's star power even more. He's just an unfathomably cool and memorable character, who leaves an impression on you despite never really impacting the story. I'm glad the DLC put a little bit more focus on him, and I also just find it so fascinating that he's one of the few NPCs who was completely omitted from Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know, I definitely miss him, but his absence is kinda cooler than if he had just shown up again doing the same thing. It implies that maybe he embarked on a secret and personal journey of his own, away from the land of Hyrule in order to uncover more musical and historical secrets. So wherever Cass is now, I wish him all the best. And I hope he knows that he is the 15th most popular character in the entire Zelda series. But Cass was just narrowly edged out in terms of being the most popular Rito in the whole series. Because in 14th place, with 1,600 votes exactly, we have Breath of the Wild's resident bitch bird, Revali. I think what makes Revali so refreshing for a lot of people is the fact that he isn't just generically nice to you like the others are. Don't get me wrong, the other champions are great characters, but it is really nice to get one who just fucking hates you, right? Like, that's honestly a really cool change of pace for one of your allies in these games. And clearly people really admire the cockiness and arrogance. I think he also just has the best voice acting out of the major characters in Breath of the Wild. Like, he sounds so natural in that one scene where he's belittling your inability to fly. And he's honestly cool and capable enough to really justify his extreme arrogance to an extent. Although, then again, he died to Windblight Ganon and you took that shit out no problem, so who's the real champion here? Revali also gives you by far the most helpful ability across the entire duology. Like, I always joke with my friends that Breath of the Wild only really gets started once you get Revali's Gale. I love using that thing. It makes climbing a real breeze, especially in the rain. And I also can't get enough of the constant comparisons to Falco, or just seeing people call him Ravioli. It's super fun. To be fully transparent, Revali was never personally my cup of tea as a character. I thought he could get a little grating, even though I respect how different he is. But you know what? I also gotta respect how much the fans love this guy. Truly hard to deny his impact. Speaking of which, coming in at 13th place is a character that genuinely shocked me. I had no idea they were this beloved, but a lot of that probably came from just never playing their game. I picked the game up at Too Many Games a year ago and just never got around to starting it. But I figured during the long process of counting all these votes and putting the video together, I probably should finally play this game just to understand why this character is so beloved. And while I don't fully agree with his placements, I totally get where the love is coming from. So, with 4 more votes than Rivali, in 13th place with 1,604 votes, it is none other than the scurvy captain himself, Linebeck from Phantom Hourglass. Yep, I played that entire game just so I could fully understand and comment on the reasons why he is the 13th most popular character in the series. Because I knew people liked him a lot, I just didn't realize the extent. I mean, Phantom Hourglass isn't even talked about that much nowadays, which you can kind of see from the fact that he's the only character originally from that game to make the top 100. But yeah, people clearly adore this guy. He's a real scoundrel with a heart of gold, exemplifying that classic archetype to a T, while also having a ton of flavor and personality of his own. His bickering with Celia is pretty funny, and I love how he slowly starts to warm up to you over the course of the game, while pretending he doesn't care the whole time. And honestly really warms my heart when he writes you that letter saying what a good job you're doing. And then he's like, why didn't I tell you that in person? Cause it's too mushy, or something like that. I just played this game and I forget exactly what he said, but you know what I mean. That scene was really endearing. He also has a ton of funny moments, like that bit where he knocks over Petrified Tetra is so good. And of course, people admire him for his wonderful character arc. I feel like he wouldn't rank nearly this high without that scene at the very end, where he grabs your sword and tries to face Bellum, despite how scared he clearly is. And relinquishing his wish for treasure at the end is so wholesome as well. What can I say? He's a really fun and surprisingly wholesome side character. Like I said though, I don't know if 13th best in the whole series quite makes sense to me. I personally think they did the whole giving the funny jerk a character arc thing a lot better with a certain other character we haven't gotten to yet. But Linebeck did come first, so he's probably an important precursor to that other character. Great guy. I do still love him. And the last thing I want to mention before we move on is that when I was a kid, I never played this game, but whenever I saw pictures of Linebeck, I thought he was Salvatore. Like the minigame guy from Wind Waker, I thought he was just suddenly given a major role in this game, much like Happy Mask Salesman from Ocarina to Majora. I didn't realize these were 2 different characters until I was older. Whoops. Anyway, in 12th place with 1,639 votes, we finally have another Link from a 3D title. Yeah, with the unfortunate exception of Skyward Sword Link, they all did incredibly well. Can you believe it? But anyway, this spot goes to the hero of Twilight himself, Twilight Princess Link. Honestly, probably the coolest Link to ever do it, both in terms of his demeanor in-game and his design. I remember when this was kind of the de facto look for Adult Link used in general Zelda promotional material and Smash Bros. And yeah, honestly, it probably still is my favorite Adult Link design to this day. He's also just a great protagonist to be put in the shoes of, having this nice, quiet life on the ranch, serving as a big brother figure to these kids, and really becoming their hero and role model when he saves them from monsters. And the fact that he can turn into a wolf is pretty sick as well. He also benefits from having such a wonderful companion in Midna, since you absolutely buy their bond as the game goes on. Hell, the Midna's Lament sequence is a great testament to the willpower of this Link, since he's the one who carries her all the way to Hyrule Castle while trapped as a wolf. He's just a great and impeccable incarnation of the hero. I mean, not every Link gets their own crossbow training spin-off, so there's that. He also has the spinner, so that's another point towards his cool factor. Oh, and that one animation he does where he like swings his sword around before he puts it away. Oh, that thing is sick. Yeah, great Link. And yet, despite ranking 12th place overall, he's still the second least popular of the 3D Links, if you can believe that. More legends are yet to come. And now for the character to just barely miss out on the top 10. Honestly, she was there for a while before I started combining votes for another character, whose votes were split between 2 different games he appeared in. So eventually, he overtook this other character. But number 11 is certainly nothing to sneeze at all. In 11th place with 1,757 votes, it is Mipha from Breath of the Wild. I was honestly shocked to see how popular Mipha was. For some reason I thought Urbosa and Revali were more beloved by the fans, but no, Mipha won out among the champions. That's totally fair. I think she's super sweet and likable. And like I mentioned earlier, out of all the champions, she has the most special connection to Link in particular. Dude, that silent yearning, that unrequited love she feels for him, that is so juicy and compelling. She works a lot better than Ruto in that regard because she is so genuine and not tsundere-ish. You care about her plight and it enhances the tragedy of her death since she never got to tell Link her true feelings. It's also so nice how she's Sidon's sister. Dude, that one cutscene where she interacts with baby Sidon is maybe the most adorable thing ever. Oh, and Mipha's grace has also gotten me out of more than a couple of jams. Super helpful ability. Overall, a really good and likable character. I can't say I fully understand why she's up this high, just short of the top 10, but hey, the people have spoken. Mipha is the people's princess. Aside from the other princesses we still haven't talked about coming up on this list. Alright, I'm back recording this on a new day. My voice has rested up enough because it's a momentous occasion. We have officially reached the top 10. The best of the best in terms of the Zelda series. The absolute icons who will go down in history as the most legendary characters to ever exist within this franchise. Maybe. Honestly, this top 10 is much more of a motley crew than the top 10 from the Mario poll. With that one, it was pretty much everyone you expected with the exception of maybe Shy Guy. Here, I mean, there are some weird characters from all sorts of different games across the series sharing these final 10 slots. But I think most of these characters are pretty obvious and worthy choices to make it up this high. And what better place to start the top 10 with than one of the most iconic protagonists of two of the most iconic games in the whole series. With 1,878 votes, coming in 10th place, we have Link from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Yeah, so this guy had a lot of different ways people would vote for him. Some people specifically just said young Link in Ocarina of Time, some people just said the Majora's Mask version, and some people just voted for Deku Link, Goron Link, or Zora Link. At the end of the day though, they are all the same character, just in different forms, so it only felt fair to combine them. And yeah, it allowed him to take his pretty deserved spot in the top 10. I have a lot of sentimental attachment to this Link, as he is the protagonist of my favorite video game of all time. And Ocarina of Time too, that's pretty important. I feel like he's the Link who suffered the most. I mentioned this in my analysis of Ocarina of Time way back in like 2018 or something, but the game is perfectly structured for this to be a cute, quirky, lighthearted kiddie adventure for the first 3 dungeons, before completely pulling the rug out from under you and forcing you to grow up and accept the horrors of the real world. Link having to do that, having to exist in this adult body he didn't naturally grow into over time, and being tasked with adult responsibilities and incredibly dark quests and storylines, that to me is such a richly compelling journey to put your protagonist through. Even if he is silent and you just have to speculate on what's going on in his head, he's still mentally just a child throughout the entire thing, which makes his feat of destroying Ganon and saving Hyrule all the more impressive. And just when you think he's been through the worst of it all, then he has Majora's Mask to go through. Holy shit, imagine how traumatizing that all was, even after going through Ocarina of Time. Ultimately though, his perseverance and drive to save Hyrule and Termina in the wake of overwhelming darkness is incredibly admirable to me. And as a reward for all of this, he ends up as a skeletal ghost who died with regrets. He really has not had it easy at all. But that's so compelling. It's kind of hard to say, but I think he is my favorite incarnation of Link, just based on everything he's gone through. Plus, I mean, he can turn into a Goron, Zora, Deku, or the damn fierce deity. You gotta admit, that's pretty cool. Hell, he can also wear a cow hood or bust a move with Kamaro's mask. Okay, I better move on because I could just list all the cool shit he does in Majora's Mask all day if I wanted to. And moving right along past the 2,000 vote barrier, in 9th place with 2,334 votes, it's the plucky pirate girl herself, Tetra. So, spoilers for Wind Waker, skip ahead if you don't know the big plot twist with her, though I'm sure you do, honestly. But yeah, Tetra is indeed the secret identity of Princess Zelda in this game. And as such, I lumped all the votes for Tetra and Wind Waker Zelda together. Though to be honest, there really were not that many for just Wind Waker Zelda. The people have spoken and they vastly prefer her Tetra persona. Like, even if I took away the Wind Waker Zelda votes, Tetra alone still would have gotten 9th place. And yeah, she's definitely one of those characters where I'm a little surprised that she's this popular. But after thinking about it more, yeah, I get it. Right from the start of the game, she's an incredibly cool ally who, despite looking the same age as you, is actually way more capable and confident. I mean, she's the boss of this tough pirate crew, and you're kind of in awe of how capable she is compared to you at the start. You get a lot of endearing moments with her, like when she launches you out of her cannon at the Forsaken Fortress, or when she sees you spying on her in the bomb shop and winks. And then of course there's the whole plot twist, which I think most Tetra fans can agree that this was not handled the best. I mean, once she's revealed to be Zelda, she not only becomes a completely different character personality-wise, but then she's also white for some reason. Yeah, I don't know if they were cooking with that reveal. I feel like most people can agree it was really poorly thought out. And yet that fact does nothing to dampen just how popular and beloved the character is. And at least in the final battle, we finally start to see Tetra in her Zelda form, acting like her old piratey self. It's awesome getting her help in taking down Ganon, and the final scene with her talking to the king hits hard. I also have to say, I was really disappointed playing Phantom Hourglass for the first time and realizing, oh, she's just gonna be a petrified damsel in distress the whole game. Like, I feel like it would have been really cool if Tetra got to serve the lineback role in that game and be a part of the quest the whole time, considering she kind of gets shafted for a lot of Wind Waker already. I mean, obviously people love lineback, but Tetra did beat him in this poll, so yeah. Oh well. Even though I still think aspects of her in both games she appears in were kind of mishandled, I absolutely agree that she's one of the best Zeldas to date, and I can totally respect her making her way into the top 10. I even got this artwork of her from this artist, Chromacoma, because I just love the way they did the shading on her. Yeah, she's a great character. If my biggest complaint with her is, I wish they used her more, that's how you know they were onto something with her. Anyway, we're not quite done with Wind Waker just yet, because ranking right above Tetra in 8th place with 2,611 votes, the most popular character from the Wind Waker is, unsurprisingly, Link himself. Unlike Tetra, where I was a little surprised to see her this high up, I knew for a fact that Wind Waker Link would not be ranking any lower than the top 10. Honestly, I feel like he had top 5 potential. I'm a little surprised he stopped here. But yeah, he's always been one of the fan favorite Links for very good reason. I mean, look at that damn face. How are you not gonna call him one of the greatest protagonists in gaming when you see that face in action? He's so expressive. He has so many hilarious moments just based on the faces he makes without having to say a word. It's ridiculous the level of characterization they got out of this guy, which they then couldn't really top in the 22 years following the Wind Waker. On top of that, he is the origin of the Toon Link archetype, the iconic design that went on to be used in so many other Zelda games that don't even star him as a protagonist. Remember, this specific Link is only the star of Wind Waker and Phantom Hourglass, but he has lookalikes that went on to star in Minish Cap, Four Swords Adventures, Spirit Tracks, Triforce Heroes, so many incarnations that owe their existence to the hero of winds over here. I also think his youth is one of the main reasons he's so compelling as a protagonist. I mean, they really sell him as just an average little boy living a quiet life on this island. So the fact that he defies the odds and becomes a true hero in the hopes of rescuing his sister, and later stopping Ganon's evil ambitions, is just awe-inspiring. You would never expect that dopey boy in the lobster pajamas at the start of the game to work his way up to being able to stab Ganondorf in the forehead with the Master Sword. But the game absolutely sells that progression. They perfectly sell his ability and heroic spirit and make you believe he's getting stronger and more capable over the course of the game without having to physically age him up like Ocarina of Time Link. What a legend. And it's also cool how he does it again and saves Tetra from Bellum in Phantom Hourglass. Overall, a wonderful protagonist. easily one of the best Links ever. Just hearing him shout, "Come on!" or watching his face as he slowly sidles along a narrow ledge, or lifts a weight 100 times his size and looks angry while doing it. There's so many things about this Link that just put a huge smile on my face. And he even has 3 straight Smash Bros titles under his belt that totally feel justified because of how his lightweight and high speed differentiate himself from regular Link. He does look really ugly in Brawl though, but that's Brawl's fault. Oh well. Truly incredible Link, who will always be one of the series' best. And in 7th place, swimming past the 3,000 vote barrier with 3,053 votes, the most popular Zora in the series, it is the sexy fishman himself, Sidon from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Sidon is one of those characters who I absolutely knew was making the top 10 no matter what. By far, he's the breakout new character of the Breath of the Wild duology. And much like Purah, a lot of that probably has to do with how hot he is. I joked to my friend that he basically made it up this high just because he's hot, and he has that one animation where he smiles as the camera zooms in on him. I feel like that's what a lot of his appeal boils down to. But with that said, there's a lot of other reasons to appreciate Sidon. As a group, I don't think the new sages in Breath of the Wild made as much of an impression on me as the champions. I mean, Teba's pretty whatever, Riju was fine, but a little forgettable in her initial appearance, and Yonobo, yeah, enough said. But Sidon far outshined the rest of his peers in this regard. And I don't want to get into shipping and waifu wars too much, but I think much like his sister before him, there's a reason so many people ship Sidon with Link. There's this definite connection between them from the moment they first meet that feels different from Link's courteous enough interactions and relationships with the other modern sages. He and Sidon just feel like excellent partners to each other, and you can interpret that word however you want. Linking up with him to take down the evil mechanical elephant is really satisfying. But even apart from his relationship with Link, he's just so damn charismatic and cool in his own right. Tons of people in game fawn over him. Once again, he has that really memorable sparkly grin animation where the camera zooms in on him, and it's hard not to find that charming every time. And it's pretty inspiring to see him carry on, knowing his sister met her end 100 years ago. Okay, I guess that was a lot of time to get over that, but still. Honestly, this guy is kind of everything you could ask for in a Zelda sage character. I pretty much completely buy into the Sidon hype. I think he lives up to his reputation and then some. The only negative thing I can say about him is that his ability in Tears of the Kingdom is by far the worst one. Wow, I can shoot water at people. That's so cool. Thanks, buddy. Ah well, they knew they needed to nerf Sidon with a subpar ability because he's too awesome in every other category. Truly a character for the ages. And just like how 8th and 9th place were 2 characters from the same game who could be construed as a couple, the same is true for 6th and 7th place. Here in 6th, we have a character with 3,200 votes hailing from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And it is, in fact, Link himself. Yeah, I mean, I can't say I'm surprised that the most popular Link of all time is the one from by far the 2 most popular games in the series. Makes a lot of sense to me. I think this is a pretty great one though. Definitely deserving of all the praise and adoration he gets. The amnesia cliche is, well, cliche, but I think it's used to really great effect as it allows you to really orient yourself in Link's perspective as you encounter this gigantic, unfamiliar world alongside him. Recovering his memories and getting to piece together who he is at the same time as he does is honestly a really clever way of getting to know this Link. And it's great not only hearing about his old relationships with characters like Zelda, Impa, or Mipha, but it's also great to make new ones like with Sidon, or just becoming a founding member of Terrytown alongside Hudson, or getting to know Paya a little bit better after all this time. I think another reason players get so attached to this Link is because he becomes more powerful exactly when you want him to. His story unfolds in any order you want, with any encounter you want. After you finish the Great Plateau, you're not forced to do anything, and whatever you want to experience will be what Link experiences. It makes for such an engaging way of telling a protagonist's story. But of course, this is on top of everything in the canon, both before and after Breath of the Wild. Even though you don't get to see a lot of it on screen, I think this is easily one of the best relationships Link and Zelda have ever formed. I love how far he's willing to go for her, and how in Tears of the Kingdom, he loses his arm in the process of protecting her, and he has to go through all sorts of rigorous trials in order to save her and stop Ganondorf. His plight to rescue her is even more impactful after you know they spend some time together in between the two games. Unlike Breath of the Wild, where it still means a lot, but the Link of 100 years ago might as well be a different guy since you lost your memory and all that. In Tears of the Kingdom, nah man, you had a house together. The writing is on the wall. She's your love, and you have to do everything you can to bring her back. Overall, a wonderful Link to sort of be the new de facto one representing the character across the entire series. I mean, I feel like there's even more I could say, like how his insane climbing ability and awesome paraglider make him truly unparalleled in terms of how much he can explore. But you know that already, you've played one or both of these games. He's a true legend. Even if, shockingly, his placement here means that not a single Link made their way into the top 5. How tragic. With that said, who did make the top 5? It might be even more of a motley crew than the top 10 as a collective. Compared to the pretty straightforward top 5 in the Mario poll, this group is a little bit more unhinged. But with that said, let's kick things off with a decently normal choice for this poll, but a very strange character regardless. And one that I'm kinda shocked was this popular. May I present the highest ranked character from Majora's Mask. And technically, the highest ranked Ocarina of Time character as well. In 5th place with 3,324 votes, it's Skull Kid. So, not only is Skull Kid the character from those two pretty iconic games with the most votes, he's also the highest ranked villain in this entire poll, and the only one to make the top 10. I have to admit, this kinda took me off guard. I definitely knew he was popular. I mean, I remember how heavily requested he was for Smash, and how people theorized that purple and yellow chairs in the background of Sakurai's stream were hinting that Skull Kid would make it in, since those are the colors of Tattle and Tail. Good times. But yeah, I'm nonetheless pretty shocked that he outranks characters like Sidon, or the Lynx from Wind Waker and Breath of the Wild. He's not even one of my favorite characters, despite being the central antagonist of my favorite video game ever. But with that said, he's definitely a very good and interesting character. The backstory you can learn about him and how he was abandoned by his friends the Giants because of his misdeeds is really somber and tragic. And that cutscene of Tattle and Tail meeting and playing with him is very heartwarming, even if you know what he eventually becomes. There's a real sense of tragedy to this lost, lonely boy getting taken in and corrupted by the dark power of Majora's Mask. And he makes for a very memorable and quotable antagonist. If it's something that can be stopped, then just try to stop it. Damn, he's good. I like how he just causes so much mischief in the world off screen that you have to clean up. From saving the Giants, to letting the dead in Akana pass on, to helping Cafe after Skull Kid turns him into a child. And all of these misdeeds and dark elements conclude with Skull Kid finally reuniting with his friends the Giants, and realizing they still care about him after everything he's done. He's not evil, he's just misguided, and I love that he gets a happy ending at the end of the day. The last shot of the carving he made in the tree stump just warms my heart every time I see it. I also think he's got a great design, both with and without the mask on. His voice clips are wonderfully unsettling. I like how they wait till the very end of the game to reveal he's the same Skull Kid you met in the Lost Woods and Ocarina of Time. He's just a great character. Not one of my all-time favorites from Majora's Mask, but he's a very good choice to represent it all the way up here in the top 5. And next up in 4th place is a pretty goofy character who I nonetheless think we can all agree deserves to be up this high. I knew he would do really well, but even this exceeded my expectations by a bit. And I honestly couldn't be happier about that. With 3,587 votes, the most popular character from Skyward Sword, and the 4th most popular in general, is the man, Groose, baby! This makes perfect sense. Everything about him just screams fan favorite. From his hysterical, dumbass theme music, to his goofy antics and facial expressions, to, of course, his incredible character arc. I honestly feel like Groose has the single best character arc in the series, going from a dopey, abrasive bully to someone who legitimately comes to respect and befriend you. And it's so natural too. The way he follows you to the surface because he's so obsessed with being the hero who gets Zelda as a reward. And then Granny tells him no. And then he cowers in fear from the imprisoned as you beat it. And this is the moment where it really clicks for him that, oh, maybe I can't do this. And that's okay. Maybe Link really is meant to be the hero, and I can just do whatever I can to help him in his quest. I think that's an unbelievably cool and special character arc for a Zelda NPC to have. And he absolutely proves his worth by building a whole ass catapult and track system for you to make use of in the imprisoned fights. Shout out to the Grusinator for real. It's pretty much the only thing keeping those imprisoned fights bearable. But yeah, it's honestly a really impressive invention for one guy to put together. And it shows what Grus can accomplish if he applies himself, instead of just harassing this girl and picking on her friends. He really comes into his own and grows a lot, to the point where once the time portal's restored and they can see Zelda again, Grus just stays behind and lets you have the reunion. That's one of my favorite scenes of his, and it's a great capper on his really well done arc. Of course, he's still plenty helpful in the climax, standing up to Girahim and trying to block his path, and even saving Zelda when she's flung away by Demise right before the final battle. I always love how Demise says something like, "So, you and that other human would stand before obliteration to aid the goddess." Like, the vile Demon King, who is the root of all evil in the series, is directly acknowledging the heroism of Grus. That's kind of incredible to me. And of course, this is all on top of his wonderful comedic bits. His ridiculous haircut, the scene where he follows you to the surface for the first time. I love his reaction to finding out what a Goron is. It's really fun seeing him argue with Granny or have you tell Zelda he said, "What's up?" And he really is just a big sweetheart at the end of the day. I love that scene right before Girahim attacks, where he's going around hugging everyone. He's a character I really cannot sing the praises of enough. I feel like everyone loves him for very obvious reason. And yes, I couldn't conclude this segment without talking about how insane it is that he never made it into Hyrule Warriors. Bro, Agatha made it in at launch. They made a Cuckoo playable. Genuinely, why would you not add in one of the most popular and beloved Skyward Sword characters? Give him a mini version of the Grusinator and let him go to town. Ah well, I'm mostly over it at this point. Overall, I think Grus's legacy is more than secure. He's an amazing character who isn't just this high as a meme pick. He legitimately deserves it based on his amazing growth and fun personality. Truly the fourth best character in the Legend of Grus series. Okay, now we've arrived at the top 3 most popular Zelda characters. And while Grus is a silly guy, I definitely don't think it's silly to vote for him as one of the best characters in the series. But, you know how in the Mario poll, I was really building up to what I considered to be an insane reveal for the number 3 spot? Even though it was a decently normal character when you really get down to it, this placement is at least 20 times more insane than that one. I kinda don't know what to say. This might be one of the most insane results in the history of polling. But the people have spoken, and they have elected a character who is indeed from an officially licensed Zelda game into the number 3 spot. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming the bronze finalist, the 3rd most popular character in the Zelda series with 3,784 votes. It is the highest ranked character from Link, The Faces of Evil. You want it? It's Morshu, my friend. Yep. Are you guys proud of yourselves? You know, the funny thing is, I didn't think it was out of the question for a CDI character to make the top 10. I don't know about top 3, but I definitely expected these oddballs to get a fair share of votes. But I don't know if I was expecting Morshu to far and away be the most popular of all the CDI characters. I mean, he's easily one of, if not the least important character to his game out of everyone in the top 50. I cannot stress this enough. He is just a regular shopkeeper in this game who has 2 lines of dialogue. Only 2. In fact, Yinsid, go ahead and play them for everyone at home. We got time.
Lamp oil, rope, bombs. You want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rubies. Sorry, Link. I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little, richer.
So yeah, what you just saw there is everything that Morshu does in canon. That was it. Don't get me wrong, those were a delightful 17 seconds, but there really isn't any more than that in the game. Morshu is entirely as huge as he is because of fan-made works. Because of so many talented YouTube poopers who took those 2 damn lines of his and used them to sentence mix so many other things. There is an 83-hour video on YouTube of Morshu reading the entire Bible, which I'm pretty sure someone put together with a program that auto-detected the correct syllables. But even so, I mean, how many characters in fiction can you say people have that level of dedication to creating shitposts for? Morshu fans are just a special level of unhinged, in a way not even regular CDI or YouTube poop fans are. There's just so much to this character online because the fans willed it so. And I think that's inspiring. I still personally think King Harkinian deserves to be the de facto mascot of the CDI games more, but I can't argue with the will of the people. Morshu is a true icon that I have to give credit to. I love him, and he truly is the bomb. Alright, I promise from here on out, the poll is normal. These top 2 picks are the characters you probably actually expected to see this high if you're a normal Zelda fan who doesn't use the internet much. And actually, unlike the Mario poll, where I knew before even starting who was going to take the number 1 spot, it was definitely a lot trickier to call with Zelda. And the character I ended up predicting to be number 1 in this poll is actually our first runner-up. Still, nothing to sneeze at whatsoever. An incredibly good showing for a very worthy character of this silver medal, I think. Without further ado, in second place with 3,873 votes, the most popular Zelda in the Legend of Zelda series, it is of course Zelda from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I don't think this comes as much of a surprise. I feel like everyone kind of rallied around this Zelda as one of, if not the best depiction of the princess to ever exist. She's one of the most well-rounded and fleshed out Zeldas, despite maybe 95% of the time we see her being in flashbacks to the distant past. But boy does she leave an impression. Her struggle to connect with her spiritual side at her father's wishes, despite her love of research and technology, is really compelling. I love her more comedic moments, like when she tells Link to eat the frog, or gets mad at him and says, "Stop following me!" Just her voice is so soothing and expressive. I feel like that's one of the primary reasons so many people latched onto her. The voice acting in the Breath of the Wild duology can be a bit of a mixed bag, but I think it really works wonders for Zelda herself. It's absolutely one of the better performances in these games, in my opinion. And while I liked her in Breath of the Wild, I think Tears of the Kingdom is where I really came to love this iteration of Zelda. I was really intrigued watching her navigate the distant past with the help of Rauru and Sonia, and the sacrifice she makes is so damn interesting and mythic. It really feels like she plays just as vital a role in saving Hyrule in this game as you do, unlike in Breath of the Wild, where it was mainly your job. Zelda is also a very capable leader in the time leading up to the Calamity, despite her insecurities. And you really see that on display, not just in the memories in Breath of the Wild, but also Age of Calamity. She's just gotten way more screen time and opportunities to show off her abilities and her endearing personality than any Zelda before her has gotten. And she's gonna get even more in that new Hyrule Warriors game you probably forgot was coming out later this year. I don't blame you, I honestly don't really care about it. But regardless, it really isn't hard to see why this version of Zelda ranks as one of the absolute most beloved characters in the whole series. She's smart, she's capable, she's sympathetic, she's lovely. She has all the traits you would want out of a Princess Zelda, and then some. She's absolutely one of my favorite Zeldas in the entire series, and I'm so happy to see her do so well with you guys. With that said, she was outdone by another princess. One who I really should have saw coming as the absolute queen of this popularity poll. I just assumed more people have played Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, so maybe that would have put Zelda ahead. But it turns out sometimes you can't argue with the classics. In first place, with a whopping 6,429 votes, the most popular Legend of Zelda character of all time, hailing from Twilight Princess, it's Midna. Yep. definitely deserved, I think. Midna has long been the gold standard for Zelda partners. Being funny, helpful, having a compelling backstory, an awesome design in both her Imp and Tweely forms, and sporting one of the most potent and compelling character arcs in the whole series. She really has it all. It's kind of not fair. She starts out rather dismissive and rude, only seeing you as a means to an end. She doesn't even want to help you, she just wants your help to acquire the pieces of the fused shadow. But after that near-death experience she has, courtesy of Zant, where you carry her all the way to the castle while trapped in wolf form, something just shifts. She's so moved by the selflessness you and Zelda exhibit that she finally becomes your true ally and friend. It's really moving to see. But even before her character arc, she's just so damn fun to be around, even if she is super mean and snarky. I think for a game that could somewhat be a bit muted in the character expression department, they thankfully went all out with how flexible and expressive Midna's face is. It looks really good by 2006 standards. Her design is a perfect midpoint between cute and creepy. Her abilities to teleport large objects and turn you into a wolf at will are super helpful. She has a ton of cute and silly moments, like when she tries the shield on her face. It's really hard to think of any downsides to Midna as a character, honestly. She's not only an incredibly helpful companion from a gameplay perspective, but she's an incredibly compelling one from a story perspective as well. I mean, Twilight Princess is largely about her and her quest to free her people from Zant's evil influence. And you've obviously got your own quest, so it's nice to see the two of you working together and supporting each other every step of the way. By the time you reach the ending and restore Midna's hotness, only to watch her sever the link between worlds in order to protect both of you, it's undeniably bittersweet, but an entirely appropriate ending. I love her character. I think she's by far the best companion the Zelda series has ever had, and it isn't particularly close. And yes, I think she's absolutely worthy of holding the title of the most popular Legend of Zelda character of all time. And that was the Zelda character popularity poll. Alright, I'm very tired, so I'm gonna keep this outro brief. This has got to be the most effort I've ever put into a single video before. So I want to give a shout out to all 23,000 people who voted in the poll and made this video happen. Thanks to Jonathan for sifting through this with me for the past 6 months. Thanks to Yinsid for editing the vast majority of this video. And thanks to viewers like you, I guess. Now, as previously promised, I'm going to conclude by showing off some mini rankings of the characters broken down by categories, including certain games, and seeing how the characters from just those individual games compare to each other. So let's see it. Good night, Kingdom of Hyrule.